are in the lead. I guess after 13 years of the Conservatives, people start to think maybe a change. I don't know.
No reason to think that. I mean, if you stayed conservative, but they really weren't staying conservative. They were going, I mean, they were literally going far left. It never made sense. Now, I'm saying this as an outsider, but an outsider looking in, they were going far left. What were they doing? And now, maybe Labor's in the lead, maybe they're not. I don't know who's in the lead, but I can tell you they were not conservative policies toward the end.
Well, they look very similar in many ways, but Keir Starmer's getting hung up on this question of what is a woman. You know, when he's asked this question in interviews, he mumbles and stumbles and struggles to give an answer. So the question he struggles with, and everyone in the Western world seems to struggle with now, and we've got, you know, again, another transgender athlete, this time a cyclist winning a big event in Mexico over the weekend. You know, and the question Starmer doesn't want to ask, sort of answer in any way at all, is a trans woman a woman?
So, look, when I see men participating in women's sports, when I see records being broken, like you say, the big event with the cyclist, and pretty easy victory from what I understand, I think it's very unfair. I think it's very disrespectful, actually, to women. I talk about it all the time. I don't do it for applause, but I will say one of the biggest hands I get is when I say we will not allow men to compete in women's sports. Weightlifting, swimming, running. It's so unfair. I think it's totally disrespectful. And the records are being broken, like sometimes by a lot. And I think it's a very bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, this actually appears to be at the moment maybe Starmer's Achilles heel, because we've seen with Sturgeon how public opinion changed on gender recognition. But, you know, I look at your life. You've got the best portfolio of golf courses anyone's ever owned.
And other things, you're right.
You've got a lovely wife, great kids, great relationship, wonderful life. You've been successful, you've got enough money to enjoy yourself and do what you want, and you're going to give it all up again to run for president.
Well, we have an interesting situation. Our country was doing fantastically well. We got hit with the gift from China, the China virus or COVID, whatever you want to call it. We rebuilt it back again. Our stock market was actually higher when I left than it was just pre-COVID coming in, which is incredible. We did a great job. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, and probably in the history of the world. We probably had the greatest for that period of, a long period of time just before COVID came in, and then got it back again. And now it's really going bad. Our country is really in trouble. And I can turn it around very quickly. I have a phrase, make America great again. And I got hit with that a lot of times during the course here. They were saying, you know, make UK great again. So I don't know what's going on over here, but there's some people feel...
Well, I think we're copying a lot of the bad leads we get from America. And America is the leader of the free world. Whether people like that or not, it's actually true in every way. But, you know...
You are copying that. And when you talk about the transgender, when you talk about different things, you seem to be right behind us.
The commonalities are remarkable. And I think culturally... I think the countries are closer together now than they've probably ever been.
Right now they're destroying our country. Our country is being destroyed very much like, I think to a much lesser extent, your country is being hurt very badly, but our country is being destroyed.
But they're trying to destroy you, aren't they? I mean, I saw that photograph of you. And I've met you before when you were going through tough times as president, when they just kept on you. And frankly, I don't know anybody that could have withstood it, but you did. You kept going right through.
And we had a great presidency. Look, I got the biggest tax credits. Take a look at what we did in terms of tax cuts. We got the biggest tax cuts in history, biggest regulation cuts in history, rebuilt the military, created Space Force. We did things that nobody thought were possible to do. Had the strongest border we've ever had. Now we have the worst border probably in the history of the world. There's no country in the world that has a border like we have.
Yeah, it's 6 million.
Drugs were way down. People coming in illegally were at the lowest point we've ever had. We did a great job as president, and people want that back. Now, you would say, why would you do this? You won't be able to be back here for a long period of time. And it was really, being at Turnberry was such a great thing, a thrill to see how beautiful and how magnificent it is. And, you know, our hand has been just more than just touching it. We did a real job here. And it is hard, too, because, you know, you're running and you're competing against China, you're competing against everybody. We have a lot of danger out there. We have, I believe this, right now, the world is in the most dangerous place it's ever been in because of the power of weapons. And that includes nuclear, obviously. And we have a person in the United States that doesn't have a clue. And people say, why do you want to do it again? And I'm leading in the polls, as you know, by a lot, because people want that. They want back what we had. They want stability. They want the economy. They want jobs. We had the greatest number of jobs in the history of our country. We had, everything was top. Whether you had a diploma or you didn't have a diploma, whether you were a PhD from Harvard, MIT, the Wharton School of Finance, or you didn't have a high school diploma, everybody was working. African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. We had the greatest, it was the greatest period of time, that period of time just prior to COVID. Until COVID came in, I got along great with President Xi. I got along great with President Putin. Putin never would have gone into Ukraine. If it weren't for the incompetence of this administration, this current administration, Putin was not going in. It was never mentioned. And I knew him very well. I got along with him well and Xi well, and Kim Jong-un, I got along with him well. If Obama were president for a little bit longer, you would have had a nuclear war with North Korea, in my opinion, okay? I think in his opinion, too. He thought it was the most dangerous thing. I got along great with Kim Jong-un.
Now, Putin, today, they're saying there's been an attempted drone strike by the Ukrainians on the Kremlin. We don't yet know the full truth. Have you seen that story?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay, right. Well, you know, that's
a big story.
Yeah, I mean, they're quite small drones, but let's see what
big story.
The truth of it is.
Yeah.
There's a growing, I sense in America, unhappiness about the money that's been given to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Why does nobody talk about peace and peace negotiations?
So if I were president, and I say this, I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours. I know Zelensky well. I know Putin well. I would get that ended in a period of 24.
You can break that deal.
100%. It would be easy. That deal would be easy. A lot of it has to do with the money. A lot of it has to do with the military, you know, that we're giving. But I would get that deal done within 24 hours. That war has to be stopped. That war is a disaster. Yeah. And I'm talking more than money. I'm talking about the human life. It's far greater than anyone thinks.
There's a lot of people being killed.
You don't knock down a whole city and say 2 people got hurt. No. Okay? Thousands of people are being killed in these cities that are being knocked down. Yeah. They're in those big apartment houses, and they are big buildings. I'm a very good real estate guy. I know what these are massive buildings. I'm actually surprised to see. And when you see those buildings just collapsing, thousands of people are being killed that nobody's talking about. That war has to stop.
Well, I think we'd all love to see that war stop and the threats. And
look, we're going to get energy prices down. We're going to get taxes down. We're going to get interest rates down. Our country's gone crazy. Interest rates are through the roof. Taxes are through the roof. They want to quadruple taxes in the United States. Now, historically, that's been a very bad thing if you're a politician. We're going to raise your taxes. Think of it. We're going to raise your taxes, and they're supposed to win. The way they win is by cheating. And you have to learn by history. You can't just say, well, we're not going to talk about something anymore. I talk about positive. Energy's coming down. Interest rates are coming down. You're going to be able to get your homes again. Right now, people can't buy a home.
So this is the pitch.
Well, that's part of it. The economy was great, and we're going to have a strong border. Our border is pathetic. We will have, at the end of this year, 15 million people, in my opinion, come into the country. 15 million. That's bigger than New York State. They come from mental institutions. They come from prisons, jails. They come from everywhere. We have no idea.
And some seeking a better life.
Sure, some seeking a better life, but how many? Look, if you look at the prisons, if you look at mental institutions all over the world, they're being emptied out into our country because we have an incompetent president. That man is incompetent, and it's a shame. And he's not running it anyway. People around him, a very smart group of Marxists or communists or whatever you want to call them, around them, that's who's running our country. He's not running the country. He's now in Delaware sleeping. He can't even come to your coronation as a country. Your coronation's a big event. Hopefully that won't take place for another long time. He'll live a good life, and she'll live a good life, and it'll be a long time. But that's a big event. That's a big event. And when you have somebody that's going to be sleeping instead of coming to the coronation as president of the United States, I think it's a bad thing. And one of the reasons other countries seem to be going now with China, it's crazy to think of it. You'll probably be next. When the president doesn't come to a coronation of the new king and queen of your country. How is that possible? The reason is he's sleeping. Shouldn't happen.
Final thought. Are you going to win next year?
I think we have a very good chance. The economy is not good. I'll make it good. Everyone knows. You know, everyone knows. Even Democrats, they say, well, we agree that Putin would have never gone in. He would have. I told him, you're not going in. Putin would have never gone into Ukraine. President Xi of China would never even be talking about Taiwan. We had that conversation strongly. I stopped North Korea from doing some really bad things, and my relationship with Kim Jong-un is very good. Who knows what's going to happen there? Iran was going to make a great deal. They were going to be happy. I was going to be happy. We're going to have a great relationship. Now they're out of control. They're totally out of control. This world is blowing up around us. It's blowing up around us. You may even lose the dollar as the standard throughout the world. And if you lose the dollar standard, that's like losing a war. In many ways, it's worse than losing a war. Yeah, I think we have a very good chance. I think when people feel it in their pocketbooks. Everyone's saying, you know, Trump's going to turn the economy around. I did it twice, if you think about it, because I did it after COVID. But we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, and I'll be able to do that again quickly and easily. Energy is going to come down. Interest rates are coming down. And you know what else? We're going to get rid of crime, because our cities, Democrat-run, are crime-infested rat holes.
Donald Trump, thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much.
La 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 la. We'll be starting in just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Red leather, check, check. Check, check, check. La la la. All right. Let's get it going a little early. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Josh. I am the Dreaded Conservative. This is JS Urban Adventures. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show. Hit the like button on your way in. Like that stream. Let's pop it off in that algorithm. All the good stuff. Guys, it's May. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. It includes... Where'd it go? Oh, I just had it pulled up. It includes in the first week of May. Right now, we're in Deaf Awareness Week. We have National Nurses Week. We have Neurodiversity Celebration Week. And from President Joe Biden, we've also declared May as Jewish American Heritage Month. So happy Jewish American Heritage Month, everybody. This month, we celebrate the enduring heritage of Jewish Americans whose values, culture, contributions have shaped our characters as a nation. This is a speech from Joe Biden. Now, therefore, I, Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Jewish American Heritage Month. So it's Mental Awareness Month. It's Jewish American Heritage Month. It's like 2 other months, so we got to celebrate May. This isn't even the first show of May. The first was the first show of May. But anyway, we got a fun show today. We'll talk about the choke heard around the world. We'll talk about the subway choke heard around the world situation. We'll talk about Texas in a state of emergency as Title 42 comes to an end, and there's just shootings and car killings and all sorts of crazy stuff going on in Texas right now. So we'll look at all of that. And then we'll talk about Russia getting drone attacked, like we just heard Trump talking about. We'll talk about the Russia drone attacks and how Russia is now blaming America, and they're calling us out. And they got nukes. So we'll look into all the nukes that Russia has and all the other, how many nukes every country has. And then at the end of the show, or I might do it before the rapid fire, I don't know. But probably at the end of the show, we'll talk about a fun conspiracy theory. This one's exciting. You're going to love it, Flat Sabbath. Nukes are fake. Did you guys know nukes are fake? Allegedly, nukes are not real. It's just a giant scare tactic. and a money-making scheme for globalists. So we're going to talk about that in the last section. I'll give you what we know about nukes, and then I'll talk about the claim that's being made, and then I'll give you some interesting stories relating to it, and I'll even Bible thump a little bit. We'll put some Bible verses in that have to do with the pillar of fire. So that'll all be fun. And then in the rapid fire section, this is going to be an edgy show because I got videos of this Texas stuff that I don't think I'm going to show, but I got the videos, like the full videos. And I'm not going to show them, but also in the rapid fire section, Utah has banned porn. So we're going to do something super crazy. I'm going to open up YouPorn live on the stream and show it to you guys. Something that no streamer could ever do before. You get banned from YouTube in a second, you just open a porn site on during your stream. We're going to do it. It's going to be super edgy. I'm going to have to check and make sure the laws haven't changed or they didn't get like a petition signed when I open up the tabs before I open it, cuz I don't want nothing crazy popping up on the screen. But you'll see what I'm talking about when I get to it. But for now, let's play a song. Let's play a song while people roll in. More people were listening to the intro than want to listen to me talk. Man, that's like the girl on Twitch who would leave the stick in her seat when she would go to the bathroom. And while she was gone, more people would watch the stick than her. That's pretty funny. All right, let's play this song as people rolling. Narrow Path Gang, Tyson and Bryson. I got some new songs from both of them to play this week. For the fame of God's name, I'd rather be known by God than men. I am famous enough. That's a sick hoodie. They only teach the love of God and never teach the wrath. All right. I like that.
You ain't seen the insurrection yet.
Hey, this ending is epic. This guy seems like a mega church preacher. I don't know much about him, but I've seen a lot of clips of him. He's a passionate dude. You cannot be a Christian and a Democrat. If you don't agree, then get out. Let's go. Woo, that song gets me hyped. All right. Let's get on to these stories. All right, let's cover this subway thing. Michael Jackson. He went chicka down down. He went straight chicka down down. I got the clip. It's got blurry action when the poor Jordan Neely passes away. So it's blurred out, Not that it's not. I know if you saw it on the news, it'd be like, this footage is extremely unsettling. Prepare yourselves. If there are any children in the room, please make them leave. But nobody's talking about all the the conservatives are. All the conservatives talk about how we've seen hundreds of subway videos of craziness happening on subways. This guy put this dude in a chokehold, a Marine, put a Michael Jackson impersonator, homeless guy in a chokehold on the subway after he was harassing passengers and held the choke too long. The guy passed away. If you haven't heard about it yet, you're hearing about it now. So let's watch this clip. So he's choking him out. He's got him in a rear naked choke. And these guys are kind of holding his hands, and he's fighting and fighting. Apparently this goes on. He holds the choke for like 13, 15 minutes, something like that, before the cops show up. And yeah, you ever hear about people talking about people get their hands registered as lethal weapons? I just want to say I think that's stupid. I think that's dumb. But anyway, let's proceed. Hola, Flor. Did you see the Beirut blast? No, I didn't. What is it? Is it a bomb? So this is Jordan Neely. He's the Michael Jackson impersonator. Now listen. He said, I'm a Marine, did 2 tours in Desert Storm. In the military. Marine. He said, you really got that chokehold. Once he suffocates, you got to let him go, all right? So maybe they realize he's dead at this point. But he said he gonna be all right. Now this story was crazy to me because here's a personal story. When I was in high school, um, it wasn't a huge town. It was a suburban town. My school was kind of country, but there was a McDonald's, and it was like the most urban part of the town. There's like a McDonald's and a Big Lots and a couple little store chains. Anyway, the few homeless people we had, that's the area they would hang out in. And anyway, in the McDonald's drive-through one night, this homeless guy was going up to car windows and asking for money and then harassing people if they said no. And he did it to the wrong guy. He did it to a big boy, former Marine, in a big truck. And the guy jumped out of his truck, and then they started having some words. And I think the dude was drunk, homeless drunk guy, begging for. You've probably seen this at McDonald's if you go to urban McDonald's. You've probably seen this. And belligerent with people. And then maybe a show. I wasn't there, but I read about it, heard about it. It was big. Everybody was talking about it at school because I think this guy, he was pretty young. He had just graduated high school. People knew him in the town. He was a younger guy. I think he had just got out of the Marine training or boot camp or something like that. Anyway, they start pushing each other. He puts him in a chokehold. The Marine puts the homeless guy in the chokehold. The homeless guy died. It made local news because they were both white. This makes national news, and there are people protesting about it. But for the most part, I haven't seen a whole lot. The politicians aren't acknowledging it as like this guy is some evil guy, this evil white man that did this. Eric Adams was like, no, it wasn't a murder, blah, blah. But it could be manslaughter, and people are going to protest, and they have been protesting. I got clips of the protest put together here. Let's watch some of the protests that are going on over this guy. Look, a cop standing right here says, "Sir, can I ask you not to spray paint the sidewalk?" He said, "I love spray paint. Thank you for doing that. We need much more of that in this country." Guys, we need much more vandalism in this country. Didn't you know that? That's what will save lives on subways. Golden Glove boxers. Hola, mija. Then the pen is mightier than the sword. He really pronounces the W. Sword. That's weird. Than the sword. Can you guys hear it? Oh, it's quiet. Sorry. You can take that badge, but you can't take off our black skin. Can't take off our black skin, y'all. You can take off that badge, officer, but you can't take off our black skin. Now here comes Mama to save him. What happened to the killer? I'm not sure. I'm gender nonconforming. He's gender nonconforming, non-binary. He said, "I'm gender nonconforming, non-binary. I'm not vandalizing anywhere." He just spray painted the sidewalk in front of the cop. It isn't interesting that the whole LGBTQ STD HDTV community is tied in again, inevitably, with the whole BLM type of social justice movement. Article that said spray paint and graffiti actually lifts up the value of spray paint and graffiti. Spray paint and graffiti lifts up the value of the community. Did you guys know that? Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Commie.
Chaos underground as protesters angry about.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Thanks, Norm.
The anger and frustration over Jordan Neely's death continues to grow in New York City.
Justice.
Saturday, more than 100 protesters swarmed the Lexington Avenue
13 arrested.
Street subway station in Manhattan, taking over the platform, train.
Bye. Yo, they're gonna get hit by a train. Whoa!
They did hold it on the train, and they were blocking the train tracks and stuff like that. I mean, that part is just a little bit out there.
Damn, she's wired.
Considering, normally protests are marched in the streets.
Oh, they were in the streets too. Street art.
Another organization organization with its own mission focused on housing, but driving home the same message we've been hearing all week.
All right, let's get through this. So yeah, they're protesting.
Who
Purple hair,
Friday
pink
evening
hair.
in Washington Square Park. They want to recalibrate the discussion away from Jordan Neely's background to Daniel Penny, the 24-year-old who was seen on video putting Neely in.
Kick me, they don't want to fight me, sue me, they don't want to do me. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
In a fatal chokehold.
People are looking at this white person.
Oh, there it is.
Was not in any danger.
There it is.
Who literally put someone in a choke.
They said he threw his jacket on the ground, and also this guy had been arrested like 40 times for harassing people on the subway. There's videos of him from the past from harassing people on the subway.
For 15 minutes straight as a hero.
So people are calling it George Floyd 2.0. A lot of outrage over it. Let's take a look at like what some of these news sources are saying about it, and then we'll move on, because I've been hearing a lot of people talking about signal boosting lately. Like multiple channels I listen to, they've been mentioning signal boosting, and we don't want a signal boost. But I also decided in the future to avoid signal boosting, we're going to have a segment of rapid fire news called Weird Sex Stuff. Weird Sex Stuff. And that's when we're going to talk about the weird sex stuff. We're not going to focus on this transmutation weirdness stuff in the main story segment of the show anymore. All right. But it will be in the rapid fire news section. We'll have some fun with that. But all right. So from NBC News, Jordan Neely's chokehold death on NYC subway denounced by politicians as protesters demand justice. Politicians and lawmakers are demanding accountability after a 24-year-old New York subway rider was seen in a video putting a homeless man in a fatal chokehold. Jordan Neely, 30, was a subway busker who performed, that's what they call it, as a busker, who performed dance routines in costumes as Michael Jackson. I saw a meme, or somebody posted the thriller picture when he's like a skeleton, he's like all sucked in. That's messed up. He was homeless when he was killed Monday after an altercation on a northbound F train. Police said Neely suffered from mental illness, which began at age 14 when he experienced the brutal murder of his mother. A law firm hired by his family, Mills and Edwards LLP, said in a statement Tuesday. I kind of agree with that, except the mental illness part. He suffered spiritual weakness. Possibly due to the death of his mother. It could have started before that. Because you can't just say because a young man's mother dies, he's automatically, gonna start being homeless and harassing people on the subway. But yeah, it was a spiritual weakness which possibly began at age 14 when he experienced the brutal murder of his mother. Speaker Adams said Neely was a New Yorker, a son, a performer, and he should still be alive. Mr. Neely's death reveals the shortcomings of our approach in both areas. It should be a moment of great anguish for this city. It's not a time of equivocation or tacit approval of vigilantism. Right. And that's another interesting thing about it is a lot of these people talk about they don't want police on both sides. This is the not wanting police is a libertarian thing. It's kind of like guns. It's kind of like the Second Amendment. It's neither left nor right. It's south. That's why you have to look at politics instead of just a left or right. You have to look at it more of a grid. And people land somewhere on the grid based off what they believe. And maybe some of their beliefs will be farther right, farther north, farther south. And then that you balance it out and all that stuff to see where you land, where you're plotted on the compass, on the graph, basically. So you could be far, far left communist and still like guns and still want no cops. That's anarcho-communist, which I used to think was an oxymoron until I learned more and realized it's not really an oxymoron. It just means they want to share everything and they don't want any authority. Libertarianism. So what point was I making with that? Oh, the point was people on the left and people on the right will say they don't want policing. And that's fine. But then you're going to have citizen police. You have to have citizen policing. At least you have to have some sort of system of holding people accountable for their actions in society, right? So if we do citizen policing, then we're going to see things like this. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I'm just saying that's when you want to abolish the police, when you want to defund police, or you want a very libertarian, free society with no authority, then citizens are going to police, and then this is what's going to happen. And if that's the case, either way, as long as we got good citizens taking care of business, I'm all right with that. But let's move on. I got a article from The Independent. Family slams Daniel Penny's. Daniel Penny is the guy who put Jordan Neely in the chokehold. His admission of guilt as 13 arrested in subway protests. So the family's outraged, coming after him. I'm sure Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton, the ambulance chaser, showed up, said we can get paid off of this somehow. Let's find a way. BLM will donate a mansion to us, maybe, if we're lucky. Probably not. Patrice will buy her own mansion. But the New York Post article, shocking video shows Zenway subway passenger unhinged man in deadly chokehold. There's just some interesting pictures in this one. Just to get, there's a close up of Jordan, and I don't know if I don't like the term deserve to die. Do you think they deserved to die? I don't know if anybody or everybody deserves to die. From a Christian, everybody deserves to die. It's either everybody or nobody deserves to die. We all deserve to die. That's part of being born. So I don't know. I'm not going to say whether he deserved. He deserved to die because we all deserve to die. I thought there was that's all the pictures. So that's that. That story's, it's kind of getting stale now because we've had like 30 shootings in Texas and car accidents and a bunch of dang Hispanic white supremacists running around Texas. I don't know what's going on over there. We'll check that out here next in our next little segment. So first, I was just planning on talking about Title 42 ending, and looking at the surge that's already coming when that ends, and then compare that and contrast, just to remind people that this isn't anything new. Since Biden's been in office, we've had a surge at the border. So the media kind of will stop focusing on it for a little while, but it's been consistent for 2 years. They've been flooding in at record numbers. So I don't know how much of a difference this Title 42 thing is going to work. Maybe instead of the Democrats are saying that Trump's Title 42 is just a revolving door, basically. And like in the example of this one shooter from last week that they did catch. We're going to go through all these stories, but they caught him. We'll talk about that. But he had been deported 4 times or 5 times and came back. Got deported, came back. And then he had an AR-15 and a house. I don't even have an AR-15 and a house. And I've never been deported. What the? I need to become a illegal immigrant. I think you get more benefits. Perform armed robbery for bus patrons. Yeah, I bet. I'm sure he followed some people. What up, Broski Bear? What up, man? Godson. Hello, guys. All right, so first, a little background. We talked about this months ago when they first announced that Biden was putting an end to Title 42, the COVID era regulation put in place by Trump to basically slow down the flow of the illegal immigrants. If we can't build the wall, we can't put some sort of obstruction in the way to stop people from coming in so easily. Let's do this during COVID because COVID's so dangerous, right? We need to make sure everybody's vaxxed. We got to make sure we have social distancing and masks and stuff on, but yet we can riot in the streets for BLM and we can have the borders wide open with untested people just flooding in. And that didn't make much sense. So Trump put in Title 42. Title 42 is set to end on May 11th, absent any last-minute development. This is from CBS News because the national COVID-19 public health emergency is expiring. That's news too. The World Health Organization, guys, they said COVID is no longer a national emergency, so you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry anymore. If you got the Vaseline, I'm sorry about it. Sorry about it. You should have done more research. All right. Since it was enacted by the Trump administration in March 2020, Title 42 has allowed the U.S. to expel migrants over 2.7 million times from the southern border, according to official government figures. Trump said he thinks about 16 million have come in since Biden, so they weren't expelling enough. Up until the spring of 2022, the U.S. government argued that Title 42 was needed to contain the coronavirus, contradicting public health experts. But in April 2022, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said there was no public health basis, not the WHO, the CDC, to continue expelling migrants. No health crisis there, guys. No health crisis. They don't got the dang old illegal immigrants disease. We don't have to worry about it. Little D. Oh, this. It stands for diamond, but you're right. It is a little D. It is a little D. Let's play this clip. And then before I go move on, I got one other clip. Dang it. I screwed up. I messed up, guys. Sorry. This is what happened. I got to fire this guy. I got to fire my producer and the show planner. I got to fire my writer. I got to fire the show planner, the editor, the producer, the tech guy, the freaking social media guy. I got to fire all of them. I got to play this clip to show you what a good subway chokehold death looks like. When it's okay, when it's actually celebrated. Let's check this out.
You saw the guy come up. It was pretty threatening to other passengers, and you thought,
This is from 7 years ago, I think.
This guy?
Well, when you're 6'3", 230 pounds, you're kind of almost obligated to do something in a situation like that.
I can totally relate.
My size, I'm sure you would have done the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. But you always see incidences like this, especially when you're doing public.
So wait, it's a white guy yelling at a white guy, about to get choked out by a white guy. And he's being praised on the news. He got to go on like a morning daytime television news show and get flirted with by the show host.
Commuting. Right. And a lot of times people just don't want to do anything because you're too scared. Sure. But there's really nobody around to help. There's no security around and kind of nobody out there to reach out.
But are you trained in this? Did you know how to do that chokehold?
There's people think that I'm a Navy SEAL. People think that I'm a Marine, a UFC fighter, and all these things. No, I'm just a regular guy.
You should just go with it.
I am. I'm going in many different avenues right now. But
you're a regular guy who can put guys in.
Get ready. Here it comes. Yes. You're like, when's the choke coming?
Put your mind to it.
Here it comes.
Whatever you want. That's what I always think about. So.
Ready?
We should also, you're
it's
a fine
quick.
Physical specimen. I mean,
nice rear naked choke. Grabs the forearm. Now you want to lock the hand behind the head and push and pull.
That was actually my first time.
It was
proper. Proper backward drag. I like that. That's good. So I like to put this arm in the crook of this arm. So you get it around. You want them right here in the crook of your neck, so you can flex and you just get that tight and to kind of squeeze right there on their throat. Right? And you want to have this arm on this arm and this one pushing on the back of their head. Push their head down, pull your arm up. And then the best thing to do if you really want to make it quick is, since you're behind them and they're standing up, you're both standing upright, take like 2 or 3 steps backwards real fast and drop down and lean forward. So their heels, they're going to go back on their heels and they're going to fall back like this. And then you're going to push them down on themselves like this. This is the proper way to do a choke. You only need to hold it for like 15 seconds at the most. They're going to go to sleep real quick. But this guy does it properly. He gets up and he sits down in the chair.
The soul of Chuck Norris took over.
And then he holds him down with his foot until the cops show up. Let's go. Now, this guy is big. He did a proper chokehold, and he has no military training. I don't know why. Listen, this is going to offend some people, but I've been in fights with like 3 Marines and whooped their ass. So just because you were in the Marines does not make you tough, okay? I knew a guy who was in the Marines, and when he drank, he would get a little gay. And he would start sitting a little too close to me, and he would start trying to touch on me. One time he tried to kiss me, and he got dropped. And he was a Marine. Now you could say, well, he was drunk. Well, a Marine should be able to handle their alcohol better. Because I drank as much as he drank, and I was chilling like a villain, selling penicillin, making a killing on a building. So anyway, let's proceed.
My body. and the rest was history.
So what do you think about all the attention? There's a video that's gone viral. I mean, I think they're calling you the Viking guy, too.
The Viking guy. Let's go.
Viking guy. You saw
So,
the guy come up.
I just want to show the contrast, show how the media will take a story that at other times nobody would care about. People would be like, let's get this guy on the news. He's safe. Well, because that guy didn't die. That guy didn't die. I guess that's the big difference. But he could have. He could have died. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. So let's get back to the Title 42 thing. Let's play this clip. The post-Title 42 border surge has already begun. Let's play this clip from the border.
Immigration policy with widespread implications. We're talking, of course, about Title 42. That's the COVID-era border restriction, which has
What's
turned
his
away
name, Dean?
more
Nah.
than 2.5 million times people over health concerns. That policy expires 1 week.
You ever play the knockout games? Got your six. Got your six is talking about the knockout games. No, so the way we did that, okay, YouTube probably banned me for explaining the knockout game. But yeah, we would do it like this. You could actually do it to yourself. You don't need somebody else to do it. We would put our hands on our chest. You could either push up on their arms, on their chest, after they put your head between your legs and breathe. Deep breaths for a while. Stand up, put your arms on your chest, hold your breath. Somebody pushes up on your chest, you just go to sleep. And then you come out with a DMT trip. And that's why it's so addicting. That's why kids do that. And you can die from that. So I do not advise that. Don't anybody do that. If you're a kid and you watch this, don't do the knockout game. You could get like a bubble in your brain and have an aneurysm and your head explode. Don't do it, kids. But the reason it's so addicting is because when you come out of it, you're experiencing essentially a DMT trip. Your pineal gland goes into superactive mode because you're about to die. and you come out and you're in like space galaxy. It's like do 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 do. That's why it was so fun. Damn evil kids.
From today. When it ends, federal officials anticipate a massive influx of people trying to cross the border. The concern is so urgent, the Secretary of Homeland Security is in Texas today to meet with law enforcement there. All the while, a humanitarian crisis unfolding already in border cities where people are sleeping out on the streets.
Is my mic popping, guys? Is my mic really
state
loud?
of emergency. That city and others across Texas have been dealing with this migrant influx already. And as Julia alluded to, they're expecting higher numbers.
I believe these are from NBC. I cut out the watermark.
But this is Juarez, just
Free
across
whippets.
the border from El Paso. You can see migrant tent camp has already sprung up here, and this is in the shadow, literally, of this migrant detention center that caught fire.
I don't know if I talked about that story. I feel like I did. The migrant thing that caught fire, like 40 people died. That's crazy. And then also there was that truck filled with immigrants that blew up. This news didn't even really talk about that for that long. Sounds good. Thank you, Jeff Hewitt. Thank you for the sound check.
In March, killing 40 people. This tent camp, again, now has hundreds, if not more than 1,000 people that are waiting to cross into the U.S. And we've been speaking with them throughout the day. And look, Zinclay, many of these migrants, when I asked them about Title 42, they say vaguely they may have heard about it. They're not really sure. However,
Title
what they have
42?
been fed is misinformation, either from people back home,
Title
through social
42.
media, through human smugglers, giving them misinformation about when.
Of course, they haven't heard of Title 42. You got to ask them for cuatro y dos. Dos y cuatro. How do you say it, Flo?
How they might be able to get into the United States. This is what the Biden administration is also having to deal with. There are thousands, again, here in Juarez that are waiting, unclear how they will deal with this influx when and if it happens.
At dawn, the migrants
How long
covered in
is this
blankets stretch for blocks.
Look at
And
that.
Tonight, El Paso is under a state of
Damn,
emergency.
everywhere. This is in
City
El
officials
Paso.
say they don't have enough.
So all the stories we're talking about from Allen, Texas, Dallas, Texas, El Paso, Texas. I've been to all these places. I went there like 10, 11, 12 years ago. And they were nice places. Dallas, dude, the Galleria Mall at Dallas, I saw Russell Simmons. Who was it? He wasn't like that. You know, I wasn't like, wow. But he had a show at the time about him and his family. I think it was Russell Simmons, or it was one of the guys from Run DMC or Run. Anyway, saw him at the Galleria when I was selling magazines. But nice place. Allen, Texas. That's where we stayed. That's the hotel we stayed in was in Allen. We worked all in the Allen area. Nice place. Nice place. But El Paso was nice. Military town. Real desert look to it, like an Arizona look. I liked it a lot.
Resources to handle this.
Are you desperate?
Wouldn't want to live there. I would never want to live in like a Arizona, like a desert climate where everything's brown. Everything's just brown and rocks and dirt and spiky lizards and cactuses and such.
I'm very desperate, Maria Angel from Venezuela tells us, next to her 10-year-old daughter. I don't have anything to eat. I don't have anywhere to
Yeah, she's got like a $120 Under Armour hoodie on.
sleep, she says. Today, we
It
saw
fell off the truck.
desperation as migrants here scramble for food.
Damn.
We were here several months ago, and there appear to be many more migrants now. The difference is striking. This group extends all the way around this church
Damn.
for several city blocks.
And tonight,
Yo, he better have a strap on him.
from Texas to Arizona to California, some border officials expect the daily flow of
But now they're showing this now, and I want you guys to remember when I show you the next clip, we're going to read a few articles after this about this Title 42 ending and what asylum is. There are some misconceptions about asylums that I got to admonish myself for things I've said in the past. We'll look into the asylum laws. But these pictures and these images, I'm going to show you a clip in a little bit. Just keep these images in your mind.
migrants will double when the COVID border restriction known as Title 42
One woman,
is
500
lifted a
men.
week from
Vatos
tomorrow.
locos, ese.
President Biden under pressure. Republicans
But we
argue
got
his
100
lax
billion for
border
Ukraine.
policies
That's right.
Sparked the record number of illegal border crossings, while migrant advocates say his upcoming deployment of 1,500 active duty troops to help Border Patrol with administrative duties sends the wrong message.
At the U.S.-Mexico border, a surge of migrant crossings is straining state resources.
People are going to fall through the.
Okay, I think I screwed up. I think this scene is actually supposed to be with the next clip. So what I want to show you guys, what I was just showing you, that's all today. That's all happening right now. But this scene right here,
Deployment of 1,500 active
when we
duty
got Gavin
troops to
Newsom
help
Going
talking,
to fall through the cracks. Young kids are going to be out there sleeping on the sidewalks.
This shelter at the California.
this is from 2 years ago. This is from 2 years ago. So this has been happening consistently this whole time. This was a big focus 2 years ago when Biden first came in office. And it was so funny that Trump was xenophobic, racist, evil person for putting kids in cages that Obama built and trying to keep them out with the big, mean, scary wall and his evil Title 42 trying to protect our country from the China virus, human plague torpedoes that were being dropped on us through our airports and through our border.
Hundreds of asylum seekers.
Trump was evil for doing that. This is during Biden. This is the beginning of Biden. This is 2 years ago.
System that has to be reformed.
Immigration policy with widespread implications.
So-
We're talking, of course, about
And I got one more clip of a little more from 2 years ago because it's kind of funny to show why it's Biden's fault. But let's read a couple of these articles before I go to that last clip for this segment. Well, actually, this segment got a lot longer. It was just going to be about Title 42, and then there started being all the shootings and stuff. So the post-Title 42 border surge has already begun, says NBC News. As the sun rose over Rio Grande, U.S. border agents on patrol found and apprehended 5 Colombian migrants who had just crossed the river into Texas, only to be confronted by a 20-foot high border wall. Oh, one of those caught. Oh, so they got caught where there was a wall? They didn't know there was a wall there, and they came to a wall, and then they got caught at the wall? Huh. That's interesting. One of those. It's almost like having a giant obstruction in the middle of the path would hamper people's ability to cross something. It just seems. I mean, I guess that's stupid. If you listen to a liberal, apparently that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. That a giant wall would actually work to keep people out of something. Who would have thunk it? You know, in all of history, who would have imagined that the building a giant wall could protect something? Anyway, 5 things you should know about us. So this is about asylum seekers. They're saying it makes a revolving door, but what they're saying basically is it basically sends them back, and they don't like that because then they come back again because our border's not protected, and then they got to send them back. And so the Democrats say, oh, it makes a revolving door. What they would rather have is just an open door. Okay, they would just rather have the floodgates open and they come in freely, and we don't send them back. But then you start seeing things kind of interesting what's going on in Texas right now. It's kind of interesting at what's going on in Texas right now. But first, let's read about asylum because I've said before, I think I've said it to Floor, actually. I was arguing with Floor. She's a quarrelsome wife. I think I was arguing her, and I said, if you're seeking asylum, you have to go to the bordering country. You can only go to the bordering country. And I've said that on the show, I think, before, too. And it turns out that's not true. I don't know if maybe that was true in the past, but now that's not true. The way it's worded now is you have to go to the nearest safe country. So you have to go to the closest safe country. So if you're in, I don't know, if you're in like and also this is weird language. Who decides what's safe? Safe is a subject relative term. Who decides what safe means? You have to go to the nearest safe country. So if you're in like a Muslim country and somebody wants to chop your head off and you're going to seek asylum, and you're surrounded by Muslim countries and the safest country is France, you can cross through 3 countries to get to France because it's safe. But I don't even, who determines what a safe country is? Is America a safe country? It ain't safe in Chicago. What's up, Emperor of Cats? Shows up late and high. You high like a mug. High like a mug. So let's read a little bit about asylums just so I don't, because I need to know these things. If I don't know these things, I'll be talking out my booty hole. Seeking asylum is a human right protected under our laws. The right to seek out asylum or safety from persecution in another country was born out of the tragedies of World War II and the horrors of the Holocaust. I don't think you're supposed to say that word on YouTube. I'm reading an article from the ACLU, so I'm going to say it. The horrors of the Holocaust. And it's Jewish American Heritage Month, so we love the Jews, YouTube. We love the Jews here, all right? I'm a Christian. I love everybody, even the Jews. In its aftermath, dozens of nations committed to never again slam the door on people in need of protection. The right to asylum was enshrined in the 1948's Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You know what I always say? If they have to put something in front of rights, other than God-given rights, just rights, simply rights. Rights are God-given. They're just your rights. You don't have to add any qualifying words. You don't have to add civil rights. You don't have to add women's rights. You don't have to add abortion rights, kill your baby rights, or, whatever, all the different rights. And this is from the Declaration of Human Rights. And so my argument's going to be that we should have never done asylum in the first place. How about that? It shouldn't be a thing. No. Instead of being able to, if you got problems in your country, instead of running to another country and bringing your problems with you, more money, more problems. Changing your place geographically will not change your problems. Your problems are your problems. So you need to fix them. You need to fix up your country. If it means rising up against your government and taking over and losing a bunch of the population of warriors in the process, so be it. That's more honorable than running away to another country. How about that? How about that? We should never had asylum. That's my take. To be granted asylum, people must come to the U.S. or the border and prove their case. Many policies threaten the right to seek asylum, but none actually stop people from trying to seek protection at the border. President Trump implemented multiple policies in an attempt to end asylum at the border. President Biden promised to restore a fair and humane asylum system, but has been slow to fully reverse Trump's policies. For example, Title 42, which uses the COVID-19 pandemic as a pretext for expelling asylum seekers without offering them any opportunity to seek protection, remains in effect. Elected officials in both parties have sought to justify restrictive asylum policies for their deterrence value, blah, 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 blah. That's the third point. 2 more points. Despite obstacles, asylum seekers become integral members of our communities. I wouldn't disagree with that. I believe, no, I would disagree with that because you can't, there's no sort of qualifier. That statement makes it sound like they're saying most asylum seekers become integral members of our community. And I don't know the numbers. I don't know the statistics. That could be true. But a lot of them aren't. So you need to mention that too, ACLU. This is ACLU.org. They're a mess. They're a mess. People seeking asylum in the U.S. must overcome many challenges. They leave their homes behind and endure grueling journeys in pursuit of safety. When they arrive, they are often unnecessarily detained by ICE in abusive conditions, even though they have family members or friends they could stay with while their cases proceed. ACLU's a mess. The mama spirit. And then last but not least, excess money spent on policing the border would be better spent on creating a fair, orderly, and welcoming system. Interesting. How about, well, first we have to protect the border. Policing the border. You could save money on policing the border if you did a one-time low cost expense of $23 to $28 billion, which could be paid through from tariffs on Mexico, and build a 30-foot high wall with motion sensing and seismograph technology, and have it go like 20 feet deep as well, and drones flying, surveilling it. That one-time low cost would save you hundreds of billions of dollars every year. I used to know the numbers off the top of my head when this is more heated discussion under the Trump era, because everybody wanted to call Trump racist. We could never afford to. We're spending money on this wall. He said he was going to make Mexico pay for the wall. He was making Mexico pay for the wall through tariffs. The same way he was making China pay for all the mess they were doing through tariffs and taxes. The same reason China sent the dang China virus at us. That's why, because he was getting stuff done. He said he would end the Ukraine war in a day. He would, because he does business. He knows these nations are giant corporations, and he would handle it properly instead of trying to gain off of it, gain power and wealth, and having Hunter Biden have shell corporations all over the place for Joe, for the big guy. Anyway, I'm going off on tangents, but yeah, so if anybody ever proposed something like that, let's spend $28 billion. It'll save us, $140 billion a year. One-time cost. Let's build this wall. If somebody thought of something like that, it seems like it would be a really good idea. Oh, wait, Trump did. Everything I just said was already in his plan for the wall. I'm not smart enough to come up with that stuff on my own, guys. Seismograph technology. You know what that's for? That's to measure if they're tunneling under the wall. To test the seismic graph stuff, which I guess is like the world shaking. Now, if there's an earthquake, that would be a great time for them to build a tunnel, because the seismograph would be all thrown off. Except if you're trying to dig a tunnel during an earthquake, that's probably not going to go well for you. What am I talking about? Let's move on. So anyway, the border's open. The border's been open. Flora, you can come on over. Don't worry about nothing. Nothing's going to happen. Trust me. But meanwhile, we see a lot of craziness. We see all sorts of white supremacists killing people in Texas. Remember last week we talked about this article? Let's just do display cap right here. We talked about this article last week. Texas manhunt. He killed 5 neighbors from his porch. He had been deported 5 times, and then he comes back. He somehow has a house and an AR-15, and kills 5 neighbors, runs and hides. They had a manhunt. They found him in a laundry pile, and his name was, I got it wrote down, Oropesa. Actually, wait, hold on. Before I move on to the Oropesa thing, let me show you one more clip. God, that show plan guy. I gotta fire this show plan guy. Well, let's watch this last clip.
The long line at this border crossing outside El Paso, Texas, gets longer every day.
That's the wrong clip.
People from Ecuador, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Many say they're fleeing persecution and poverty. This family traveled 20 days from.
That might be my boss. He hung up. I think he knows I'm doing the show. Yeah, that is the right clip. So anyway, again, the end of the last clip was supposed to be the beginning of this clip. This is from 2 years ago when Biden became president, is when this footage is all from. It seems like today, it seems not much different than the other footage. That's because this problem has been going on nonstop for 2 years. But check this out. This is I got to make a short out of this. I know you guys have seen it, but you're going to get a kick out of this.
Ecuador, where they say a criminal gang extorted them and threatened to harm their young daughter.
Out that elections have consequences, with the biggest surge in illegal migration in more than 20 years, thanks to Joe Biden's reckless rhetoric and policies. Yes, we're looking at illegal migrants on the Mexican.
This is not AI, guys. This is pre-AI. This is real footage from 2 years ago. As soon as Biden became president, this is what was on our doorstep.
Mexican border with Joe Biden T-shirts waiting to cross. The numbers are staggering, with the US on track for 2 million migrants on the southern border.
This is 16/3. What month is 16? Oh, this is Australia. They do it backwards. This is 3/16. January, February, March 2021.
They say they're here because of new policies.
You guys can't read that. It says under President Trump, it was almost impossible. But now with Biden,
What I want for my people, I just want of new policies.
when Trump was president, it was impossible to cross. And now with Biden, it is.
What I want for my people, I just want patience and pace that we can get to the U.S. because they're having a new president. It's Biden. He's going to help all of us. He's given us 100 days to get to the U.S. and give us legal mental paper so we can get a better life for our kids and family.
The reason she risked everything.
Hey, and don't even act like that wasn't a dang African. That was a dang African English. Like they learned to speak English in Africa. Then they came to Mexico. That dude was from Africa. He from the Congo, Nigeria. No, he wasn't Nigerian black, but that wasn't no Mexican accent. Let's go, Biden.
Biden promised that we can cross with minors.
Biden promised that we could cross with minors.
Said she heard that because of
Thank you,
President Biden, she would be welcome.
Dang. So that's from 2 years ago. So this has been happening nonstop. It's nothing new. But right now we're seeing craziness in Texas. So that story we did last week, he was caught. His name was Francesco Oropesa. Francesco Oropesa. I don't know. That sound kind of brown. So he was caught in a pile of laundry. And then we got this story, which happened on Friday or Saturday. What we know about the slain Texas mall massacre suspect, Mauricio Garcia. Francisco Oropesa. And then we had this Texas car crash today, which was he hit a bunch of Venezuelan people, Mr. Alvarez. So Alvarez, Garcia, and Oropesa in Texas. But wait a second. This article says the gunman who killed at least 8 people and wounded a half dozen more at the Dallas area outlet mall was a 33-year-old suspected neo-Nazi sympathizer. 2 senior law enforcement officials said Sunday. Now, I heard Nick saying that apparently some Hispanic people do get into like white supremacist stuff. And, Nick Fuentes, he's Hispanic. He like half Mexican. He looks white. But, so maybe this was a bunch of Mexican white supremacist neo-Nazis that are going out killing people in Texas. I don't know. But the one guy went to the mall shooter was in Allen, Texas, and he went to a Dallas area mall, and he had more, if he was a white supremacist, he had more not white people in his town. Crowder was doing a story was talking about this. There was more, it was a neo-Nazi, and he wanted to kill foreigners, he would have just stayed in his own town, but he drove to Dallas, and he killed a bunch of white people, but he was a neo-Nazi. That's what the media is reporting. The police aren't reporting that. The media is reporting that. So, a lot of weird stuff around this, as usual. Let's watch this little story about this mall shooter.
Law enforcement rushed to the scene of a shooting at a Texas outlet mall on Saturday.
And all of a sudden we heard pop, 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 and
pop.
Grabbed my kids and ran.
Authorities briefed the public on the incident.
When we received the call, we activated our active attack
bat signal
integrated response. Our rescue task force teams.
I thought it was the bat signal.
Individuals on scene. We transported 9 individuals to the hospital to area trauma facilities. Of those that we transported, 2 have since died, 3 are in critical surgery, and 4 are stable.
At 3:36, our officer was at Allen Premium Outlets on an unrelated call. He heard gunshots, located the shooter, neutralized the shooter, neutralized the threat. We believe at this point that the shooter acted alone.
This man says he was shopping for shoes when he heard gunfire.
All right, so yeah, that was the Texas shooting. Texas shooting last week. That guy was caught after the manhunt. 3 Hispanic gentlemen. Apparently, they're all white supremacists. We really got these crazy MAGA people just out here causing terrorism. It's crazy, guys. We really got to, these Oprezas and these Garcias and these Alvarez. At least they're not coming after the Smiths anymore. The Smiths and the Joneses. Mr. Jones and me. So that's just craziness. And then last but not least, the car accident. Police in Brownsville, Texas have named, I think I have one of these websites has the edited clip. Yeah, we'll play the Independence clip because it's, you really don't see anything.
Sirius XM presents.
I don't want to hear your ad. Death toll rises to 8 from horror crash at Texas bus stop. Driver very uncooperative in hospital, police say. And then also the people kind of took him down. Shocking video captures the moments before fatal incident in Brownsville migrant shelter. Injured man says driver insulted migrants and shouted, "You're invading my property." But yeah, he's Hispanic. They're Venezuelan migrants though. So, when these Hispanic people come and they buy property in America, they're going to defend it. They don't want these dang Venezuelans on their property. They turn into white supremacists real quick. Stop psyoping me, bro. I'm sorry. We got to cover it. I'm trying to go full screen. It's not going. So he's driving very quickly. Comes up. All these people sitting out here. So this video ends here. It's not going to show it, you guys. It's on YouTube. And it actually shows the whole thing where he drives through these people. And then it goes around and shows all the people on the ground, except they're blurry once they're on the ground. But there's a lot of, you can tell there's a lot of the red stuff. And it's pretty graphic. It's crazy stuff. But anyway, shelter director describes horror crash. The director of the migrant shelter where the crash unfolded has spoken about the horror scene. Victor Maldonado, director of the Osman Center, told CNN there was about 20 to 25 migrants outside the center waiting for a bus. He said the migrants were from Venezuela and had come to the shelter about 2 or 3 days earlier. Security footage from the shelter captured what happened next. The SUV spread quickly along the road, crashing into the group. Now, anyway, lots of craziness happening. What I'm going to say about all that is, see the stories on the news, but take everything that the media tells you with a grain of salt. Especially when you just notice that sometimes you won't hear anything about their race. That's because you won't hear about their race. You won't hear about what they look like. You won't even be given a description of the suspect. But other times, as soon as the story comes out, their political stance, their race, their height, their eye color, brown hair, blonde, blue eyes, their medical history. He was on this drug and this drug and this drug. He was a white supremacist. He wrote about this on his Facebook and this. If it fits the narrative. If it doesn't fit the narrative, you're not going to hear anything about them. So just take everything the media tells you with a grain of salt and just wait and see. For the most part, all these stories are going to fall away and nobody's going to care about them. You're not going to hear any follow-ups to this because there is no follow-ups. They're just trying to make people angry. They're trying to drive division and piss people off. They're using the media to do it. I'm not saying, I don't know if violence, stuff like this is going up. It is interesting to see a car used in an attack, killed quite a few people. But I don't see any calls for car control. I don't see any calls for car. We need comprehensive, common sense car control, guys, because these cars just be going crazy. He probably didn't have his seatbelt on, and that's why he killed all those people. Who knows? But no, it could have been a car malfunction. It could have been, and these things about they're a white supremacist. A lot of times these stories aren't true. The media is jumping the gun. He had some letters on it. The one shooter guy had some letters on his jacket, and they're like, that means right side death squad. How do you know that's not like a local tire shop? you know, but they're going to jump on it and they're going to push it because it fits their narrative. But yeah, all these men are Hispanic gentlemen. All these men are Hispanic gentlemen in Texas where the border crisis is happening. Coincidence? I think not. But they're not focusing on that when they talk about the girl who wanted the abortion. She was 10 years old in Texas, and the state wouldn't let her get her abortion, blah, blah, blah. They don't talk about the fact that her father, who raped her, had snuck across the border because it was wide open from Mexico. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about that. They'll talk about the abortion. She can't get her abortion. Dang, she's got to go all the way to California, visit Disneyland, paid for by Gavin Newsom to get her abortion. We're not going to talk about the fact that the evil man who R-worded her snuck across the border illegally. They won't focus on that stuff. How about you nip the problem in the bud? Nip it. Even that isn't totally nipping. You know, it's all evil. It's all Satan. We need to move back towards God. You know, and having solid, definable morals. If we want to make the world a better place, you know. But a wall would help. It would help, at least. Oh, the wall going up. What up, stubborn one? What up? Stop psyoping me, bro. But that's enough of that. Enough Texas coverage. Texas going through, we're going to call it Mexis. Messes. Texas is a messes. All right. Last but not least. And this is relevant to the end of the show. This will tie in with the end of the show because Russia's going to blow us up, guys. Russia's going to blow us off the map with their incredible nuclear force. Trump is fear-mongering. Everybody fear-mongering about the nukes. Russia got more nukes than the U.S. Did you guys know that? We're going to look at it. But don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to tell you how Russia could wipe us off the face of the earth with their nuclear force if we're to believe what we're told. But then at the end of the show, I'm going to make you sleep easy tonight when you find out that nukes aren't really that bad. They aren't that bad. Possibly aren't even real. So, and you guys can thank Stubborn One for doing a lot of the research and talking to me about this and opening my eyes to this, you know. You really opened my eyes to this. And I'm not going to say I'm 100% sure either way, you know. I'm just saying I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of the nukes. I don't know if nukes are real. I'm skeptical. Get under your desk. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, nuclear winter was the first COVID, guys. Nuclear winter was the first run of the test how much we can control the people through fear. Nuclear war was the first big test of that. So, and then what was the other one? What was that Black Plague that most people died from, like some sort of pneumonia, and that pneumonia came because they were wearing masks? Which plague was that? There was one plague. It was like the Black Plague. They made everybody wear masks all the time. And then at the end, they found out everybody was dying from like rheumatoid pneumonia or pneumatic pneumonia. I don't know, some medical term. But it came from breathing recycled air through the masks. And they all died. So, nukes are flat like Earth. Guys, if the Earth was flat and a nuke went off on one side, we would be spinning like a coin. It'd be like if you flipped a coin. So either the Earth is not flat or there are not nukes, or both, or neither. Anyway, so the Kremlin was attacked by drones. Let's watch this clip. It's clip time. It's clip time. To be honest, you know most of the drones come from China, right? That looks like a little tiny DJI Osmo with like a firework on it, to be honest. I'm being totally honest. Like that. Look, they didn't even take the flag out. What is this? Is this real or is this propaganda? What do you guys think? Like, that was it. That was it. Let's watch from another angle. Maybe it's way more. Maybe it looks like a little nuke from this angle. They got nukes, but yet they're flying drones with bottle rockets on them at the Kremlin. Nope, that's it. It's just a cloud of smoke. One more time, because you might have missed it. In case you missed it the first time, one more time. Here it is flying in. This little dot right here. It's a UFO. It's a UFO. It looks like a Chinese DJI DJI Mavic Pro with a bottle rocket on it. Wow. Yo, Antifa throws bigger bombs than that at the banks. And then there's a little cloud of smoke. So anyway, needless to say, that didn't kill anybody. Definitely not Putin, who was not there when it happened. So is this propaganda? Is this all just like kind of just to stir up hype? Real propaganda. Please explain your picture. It's an anime. It's an anime thing. He did it as a joke because when you argue with people on YouTube and forums and stuff, if you have an anime picture, it doesn't matter what you say or how smart you say it or how logical or reasonable you are. They say, I'm not listening to anything somebody with a stupid anime picture has. And so Stubborn One, to play on that, has a stupid anime picture as his default. He's told that story before on the channel. That's why I share it. Pop Fizzle, that's some high tech stuff. I know in 2023 we got freaking nukes and Poseidon nukes and hydrogen bombs supposedly, but yet, and we're sending Ukraine all this money, and the most they can come up with is a dang Roman candle strapped to a DJI Mavic. Well, $80 billion a month. That's the best Zelensky could come up with. So from Forbes, Ukraine denies making assassination attempt on Putin. The Kremlin was struck by Ukrainian drones early on Wednesday morning, officials in Moscow claimed, adding it was an attempt on Russian President Vladimir Putin's life, potentially marking a major escalation in the ongoing conflict between the two countries, as Kiev is expected to mobilize its... Hey, Forbes spelled it right. No, they didn't. It's an E. It's supposed to be an E. Is expected to mobilize its forces for a planned spring offensive. Oh, it's spring forward, fall back. Yes, I am a man. Okay, but you're a dude, right? Yes, I am a man. I know, and it's not just any anime picture. It's not like it's Ultra Instinct Goku or something cool like that. It's freaking like a pink-haired. I respect it though. I respect it. Stubborn One can have whatever default pick he wants because he's a member and a mod. He's got a wrench. He's got a badge. He's got all the good stuff. So he can have whatever picture he wants. Ukraine denied involvement in the drone strike. And Mikhailo Podolyak, this is why it's taken me forever to read Gulag Archipelago because of these names. Advisor to the head of the office of President Volodymyr Zelensky tweeted, Ukraine wages an exclusively defensive war and does not attack targets on the territory of the Russian Federation. This does not solve any military issue. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Putin was working at his residence near Moscow at the time of attack, so he wasn't there. The Kremlin said it will take retaliatory measures whenever and wherever it sees fit. So from AP, then a little later, a day later, Zelensky wants Putin put on trial, says the headline. Russia accuses U.S. on drones. The Hague, Netherlands. Ukraine and Russia pressed their wartime rhetoric Thursday, with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expressing confidence that Vladimir Putin would be convicted of war crimes, and the Kremlin alleging that the U.S. was behind what it called an assassination attempt against the Russian president. This is not good. This is no bueno. If nukes are real, then this is a problem. Okay? The country's leaders have personally attacked each other multiple times during the war that Russia started by invading Ukraine. And we're guys, because of YouTube, we're 100% pro-Ukraine here. I'm riding on Zelensky. Pause. I'm riding for Zelensky. Dang, 100%, guys. In fact, we need to just send them everything. Let's send all of our troops over there. Let's send all the young men over there to die in battle. I hope politicians make billions and trillions of dollars off of this. The military-industrial complex, I really support them making a lot of money on false proxy wars in other countries that we have no business being involved in. I definitely support NATO, the UN, the globalists. We got to make sure that these borders stay woke. We got to have... But I do not support how Zelensky won't let the transgenders not fight in the war. He's making them fight. I don't like that. That's not nice, Zelensky. But we have to be pro-Zelensky. So I guess we have to support that. I don't know. Guys, this is upside down world. This is upside down world. I'm telling you what. I tell you what. So we're pro Ukraine around here, guys. Just imagine I have a big blue and yellow flag behind me. Countries' leaders have personally attacked each other multiple times during the war. That Russia started. I already read that. But they're blaming the U.S. Putin's spokesman on Thursday accused the United States of involvement to generate domestic support for the war. Moscow has often tried to blame Washington for trying to destroy Russia through its help for Ukraine. Kremlin spokesman, so they're saying that through us supporting Ukraine, we basically are responsible for the attack. I don't think they're saying that we sent the drones, but who knows? Didn't Biden blow up that dang pipe? Wasn't that Biden? Didn't they come out that was Biden who did that? Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters during a daily conference call that the Kremlin was well aware that the decision on such actions and terrorist attacks is not made in Kiev, but in Washington. Dun, dun, dun. And Putin is not playing. Where's this talk about it? This is a really long article, but somewhere it talks about Putin is definitely not happy with us, and he's got nukes. He's got nukes. And we got drones flying everywhere. Black attack helicopters. Lil Z is a great acting president. Lil Z. Hey, Lil Z. So yeah, Putin's got nukes. Putin's got nukes, guys. Let's look at Google. Let's look at Google, because if you ever want to know something, you got to go to Google, right? Let's look at Google. How many nukes does Russia have? 5,977. That's a very exact number. They know exactly how many they have. Russia, which inherited the Soviet Union's nuclear weapons, has the world's biggest stockpile of nuclear warheads. Putin controls about 5,977 such warheads as of 2022, compared with 5,428 controlled by the United States President Joe Biden. Oh, God. Joe Biden, guys, can you just say that and try not to kill yourself tonight? Say this sentence. Joe Biden controls 5,428 nukes. The only way you could say that and not kill yourself before you go to bed tonight is if you understand that nukes aren't real and he's really just a retard that they control like a puppet, and all he's got is like a lot of bombs. He's got firebombing capabilities, so he could blow some stuff up. But, just tell yourself the nukes aren't real, and then you don't have to worry about Biden having the football. According to the Federation of American Scientists. Oh, so how many nukes does NATO have? As of 2020, Russia had approximately 1,185 nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles stockpiled compared to NATO, which had 800. Those are ICBMs. Those are intercontinental ballistic missiles. So those aren't nukes. We're talking about nukes. How many nukes does NATO have? It's not telling us. Number of nuclear. How many nukes does the USA have? Oh, we already looked at that. What about China? China's got only 350. China's slacking on the nukes. That's because China already knows that they're like, guys, the nukes are fake. We don't really need to be investing in nukes. We should be investing in our satellite web surveillance systems and our social credit scores and the Skynets and the safe cities and the 15-minute cities and the what's the other one? Safe City. I already said safe cities. I said Skynet. Anyway, if anybody's like Skynet, was he talking about Terminator? No, Skynet's a real thing in China. We've done shows about it. Anyway, yeah. So and TikTok. China's like, you don't need nukes, guys. Nukes aren't even real. Calm down. We're taking over your country with TikTok. Do you think we need a nuke? Who cares about a nuke? China's one of the greatest world powers. They got 350 nukes. So if anybody ever tells you, oh, I'm not worried about China, they only have 350 nukes. We got 5,400 nukes. Joe Biden controls 5,400 nukes. You really think that they're that devastating? You think that they're that powerful? That they would put that power into his hands? They look like dang bottle rockets on the drones flying it. So anyway, that's what the end of the show is about. We're going to explain why I'm so flippant about the nukes and how when you find out that it's not what you think, it's not what they portray in commercials where it's going to wipe out 3 states. They're going to drop a nuke in New York City, and it's going to wipe out the whole entire Northeast region. They drop a nuke in freaking the middle of Florida. It's taking out Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Alabama, all of them. Boom. It's not some Terminator thing. Nope. A 10 keton nuke only has a 1.2 mile blast radius. A 50 megaton nuke has a 12 mile blast radius. Okay? Okay? They would need 5,000 nukes just to blow up Montana. And there's... Come on now. Come on now. So we'll talk about that at the end of the show. But that's all the main story points that I got. So let me play this song. This is for a little intermission here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We'll get to the memes. We'll watch some funny reels. And then we'll go through the rapid fire news. We'll have the weird sex stuff segment where we're going to open up YouPorn on YouTube for you guys. I'm going to open up. We could do multiple ones. I'm only going to do one, but you could go YouPorn, Pornhub, Brazzers. I'll open it up on the stream and show you what it looks like in Utah. We'll talk about the porn ban, the Utah porn ban. It's pretty lit. I kind of respect it. I like it. But and then the weird sex stuff, the porn ban will be in the weird sex stuff. We'll talk about the Trump trial. We'll play a clip from the Trump trial. They're accusing him of rape. And he's just going off. He's pissed. Trump is pissed about this lady saying he's raped her. I don't even know that lady. We'll talk about all that. But first, let me play a little intermission song. This is a real slow song, guys. Real chill, relaxed song. From Bryson Gray. Not his normal stuff. It's called Be Holy. And I don't care if you guys like it. I'm going to play it while I go take a quick break. But very good song. And I like it because a lot of people are finally coming around to this. We're getting away from the idea of telling people that no man is perfect. Nobody can be perfect. No man's perfect. No, that's a setup from Satan. That's a deception. That's a lie. If you believe that, you might as well give up on life. And you should strive to be made, and you strive to find God and to follow Jesus, and you will be made perfect. You can and you will be made perfect, righteous through Christ. All your past stains are washed away. You'll be like new. It is possible. Any churches that are telling you nobody's perfect, nobody can be perfect. No. Jesus commanded us to be perfect. God commands us to be perfect, and we can be perfect. It is possible, and that's what this song is about. And it's a cool song. So just take a listen, and I will be right back, guys.
Says to be holy, but you say that ain't possible. How? Cause I thought through God we could overcome any obstacle. 1 John says he can cleanse you from all unrighteousness you think is symbolical. Do you not believe that he's enough, or are you just saying he lies to you? Well, I choose to believe him. He reveals himself to those that keep his commands, and I wanted to see him. I just want to hear my Lord say, good servant, on the day that I meet him. He came to destroy the works of the devil so that we could all beat him. So turn from the ways of the heathen. We sing it. Be holy, as our God is holy. Be holy, as our God
JS music is greater than Hake's music. I agree.
There's nothing I could afford, but you said blessed are the poor. I'm here to say that I'm yours. I'm yours. Let's go to the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5:48. Jesus says, "Be therefore perfect as my Father in heaven is perfect."
Yep.
But a lot of Christians just brush past that. But if you go to the book of Leviticus, God commanded that you be holy as he is holy. And then if you go to 1 John 2, what it says is, whoever follows his word, in him the love of God has truly been perfected, and that's how we know we are in him.
Woo! Praise Jesus.
Holy, holy, holy. Got to be holy.
Hey.
God is holy.
Galen Windsor proved nukes are all hype. What's up, D. John Paul? Definitely Class 7. All right. That was awesome. Great song. I like the message. Deep. Deep. Deep as the abyss. All right. What you know about rolling down in the deep? All right, guys. Let's check out some memes. It's meme time. All right. Got some memes for you. Let's burn through these memes. Absolutely no one. New York subway. Chicken down. He went chicken down. Somebody said he told him to beat it, but it was a thriller. Something. You are the world. You are the world. You are the children. Dang. Street Fighter. What's that guy's name? That's not Blanco. I can't remember that guy's name. Sergeant. What's his name? Somebody in chat, let me know. All right, next. Police. Police. Two teachers accused of having threesome with teenage student. She looks really upset. He's like, yeah, let's go. Dude's a legend. Guile. That's right. Guile. All right. Want to hear a story, kid? Hello, FBI? Want to hear a story, kid? Yes, Queen Slay. This is inappropriate. This is appropriate. Oh, Lord have mercy. What's wrong with the world? It's a furry. Fans made Goku go Super Saiyan at yesterday's CAF Championship League Wydad vs. Simba game. I don't know what that is, but that looks pretty sick. Check that out. Goku, Beast Mode, Super Saiyan Goku. Nice. That's pretty sick. Next. This will take me a second. So this is Mr. T. Mr. T is teabagging. Mr. T is the teabag. And they got a bunch of ice cubes in the iced tea. You got iced tea with ice cubes in the Mr. T bag. I think that's awesome. Hey, ain't nothing like some sweet tea. Ye back up in the building, guys. I like Ye's new style because it's the only style that I don't have to buy into because I already got it. I already got the homeless person look. Like, I got all my old clothes. I bought a bunch of work clothes. Everything's got paint on it. Everything's sweats with the drawstring ripped and holes in the back. And I can pull off the yay hobo look real good already. I don't have to buy no Balenciaga. I don't got to go shopping. I already got it. So I appreciate Ye for this. Ye's back. He didn't die. Last big story we had on Ye was that he might be dead because nobody had seen him in like 2 weeks. And that was like 6 months ago. But he's back. He's back in the spotlight. Looking like he coming out the mental institution. He's been eating Jello out of a little cup for a little while. All right, I'm going to stop making fun of Ye. Let's keep going. Here's what real gender affirmation looks like. Mommy, I think I'm a boy. Well, you're not. Now get back to making sandwiches, sweetie. Let's go. This is a cat. This is a cat. It's a duck. Fauci, it's a duck. Fauci says this is a cat. The mindless zombies say this is a cat. Next. Women for Biden. What the?
It's a man, baby.
Beta. Women for Biden. What the? Oh my goodness. This one's pregnant. This was at a garage sale, and all I kept thinking was, who the F had this hanging in their house? I don't put that in my house. Look, you got Ronnie, you got Ronald McDonald's, you got Wendy praying, and they're all praying. You got Wendy with the Wendy's. You got Colonel Sanders over here praying over his bucket of chicken. I don't know who this lady is. Could somebody tell me who this lady is? And look, they're eating in a McDonald's, so it's kind of unfair because it's Ronald's home turf. But is this, it looks like a thing of Popeye's chicken. Yeah, I see if you get real close, you see a P and an E here. Yeah, she got some Popeye's chicken. Love that chicken for Popeyes. I guess their mascot is just some random black woman. I'm surprised that hasn't been canceled yet. They took Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben and the dang old Pocahontas engine from Land O'Lakes Butter. But you still got her repping Popeye. She loves that chicken for Popeye. They'll shoot you over that. Let's continue. Disney teaches us to hate stepmothers. Pornhub takes a completely different approach. Oh, no. Oh, no. Keep going. You can't just wave a magic wand and make PDF files go away. Me? I think, what's her name? Oh, man, what's the bats? I was supposed to look this up before I got to this bit. That's Negan. What's the bat's name? Precious? What do you call this bat? It was his wife's name who died. It was like Lila or... Dang, does anybody remember Negan's bat's name? Anyway, that's a funny meme. Yo, he about to crush some skulls with that thing. They all eating at McDonald's. Yeah, they're all at McDonald's. Sonic Boom! Yes, Guile did the Sonic Boom. All right, let's keep going. So this, I know we showed the one of LeBron in the pink skirt, and somebody was like, that's AI. Sad to tell you, JS, but that's AI. My friend posted this on his page, and my friend he would always be considered a LeBron fan. You know, he was always probably more left-leaning, a black guy, LeBron fan. And I would always jokingly say, who cares about that tennis player? Or who cares about that volleyball player? And but then recently they've been coming out with these AI images of LeBron, and he's feeding into it. So he's calling LeBron James now. And he posted this on his page like, this is not our king. This is not King James. This is not our king. So I was like, all right, although I would love to tell you that this is real. I told my friend this. I would love to dog on LeBron, but we do got to learn to identify when images are AI, because this is going to start being used very deceptively in the future. So let's pay close attention to the fingers. I'm going to show you guys how to break down an image to tell that it's AI. So I didn't circle this one, but if you count, he's got 1, 2. This finger kind of like blends into 2 fingers, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is an index finger. It's 5. His thumb is not really anywhere. You got to look at the fingers, the hands. Now they're basketball players, so they might actually have large hands, but the hands are abnormally large. If you look at the fingers here, you see that this one's kind of not even really connected, and they all just kind of blur together. And then last but not least, if you notice that LeBron's legs kind of just morph into the bed. There's not really, and like, what is this? His butt is like, what? No, it's just odd. He kind of just turns into the bed and flows into the guy. So this is an AI image. Just wanted to break that down for us, but it is funny to make fun of LeBron James. Let's continue, because he is beta, whether the image is real or not. Let's continue. There's got to be a better way to display children's clothes. Facts. Yo, that's a horror story. If I walked into this place looking for a new outfit, looking for some clothes for my children, I saw that, I'd be freaked out. Looks like Blair Witch made this clothing shop. What the heck? No. Move on. Dear Plexiglass, thank you for protecting me from the cashier who just touched every single item I'll be taking home with me. This period in history will be known as the dumb ages. Do not ever forget. Never forget, guys. Oh, we got to be on full screen for you to see it. Never forget, guys. Never forget that they had arrows on the ground in the grocery store to navigate traffic, which actually made navigating traffic through a grocery store more congested, because if there's a busy aisle and I want to get past the busy aisle, my best way would just to go through the next aisle over that's totally empty. But if there's an arrow pointing this way and the next aisle over, and the arrow that I need is pointing this way in the busy aisle, now I have to brush shoulders with all these people when I'm supposed to be social distancing. Do you know how retarded the world was during COVID? Never forget. Never forget. When you bake yourself, but not the pizza. I think I know that kid. Damn. I think I went to high school with that kid. My girl looks so cute off guard. She's probably texting Annie to see if she's okay. Oh boy, we got some Michael Jackson memes today. We got a little Michael Jackson action. Chicken iron.
It's a man, baby.
Would you drive better with that cell phone shoved up your ass? Let's go, cool bass biker guy. AI can't even get the basics right. Kind of like the border. What the? Lucille. Yes, Lucille. Thank you, man. Godson. Lucille. Lucille was thirsty. Lucille's thirsty for them PDF files. Let's proceed. When you refuse to pay $20 for snacks at the cinema. That's so funny. That's so funny because I've done it 100 times. When I was drinking a lot, I used to sneak in little pints or little flasks and then a bottle of soda into the movie theater. Or I would just sneak in some beers, put them right here in my belt line, in my waistline, with my shirt pulled over. Gotta get in there. Gotta bring some snacky snacks into the theater. I ain't paying $20 for a bucket of popcorn. I ain't paying dang old $15 for some cookie dough bites. Is you crazy? When a cop on a motorcycle gives you a ticket for no seatbelt, you realize it's not about safety. No, it's about money. If Build Back Better was a canoe trip, psst, it is a canoe trip, and you are Ned Beatty. Oh, no. Poor Ned Beatty. If you don't get the reference, you need to go watch the movie Deliverance. Squeal like a pig, boy. You got a purty mouth. You got a purty mouth, boy. I'm about to make you squeal like a pig. Oh, no. Build Back Better. Thank you, Biden. Thank you, Biden. We're getting the Vaseline. And they're just tearing it up. What kids see while exiting a shipping container on Epstein Island? Looks like the Met Gala. It's like they just pulled up at the Met Gala. Look, there's Ellen. I don't really know much of these other people. That's Brad Pitt. That's that guy from Limitless. I know 3 of them. There's Kevin Spacey. Oh, yeah, you know he's on Epstein Island. Not to be outdone by Bud Light, Boone's Farm Wine has hired their own spokesperson.
It's a man, baby.
Yes, Boone's Farm. The ghetto Bud Light. Let's go. You know what this house is missing? A box full of shit. Let's get a cat. Next. We are not frightened enough to eat tofu yet. This is that I wonder if this is that McDonald's in Chicago, or not McDonald's, the Walmart in Chicago that got looted when they were closing it. They didn't take none of the veggies, the fruits, or the tofu. They got all the little Debbie cakes and Kool-Aid, though. Oh, more. Now, I don't like getting news from memes, guys, but a credible source posted this on their Facebook page. I think it kind of ties in with what we were just talking about, how all those white supremacists in Texas happen to have Hispanic sounding names. Well, this person posted this and they said the government is slanting stats to get white crime up, making things up again if light-skinned automatically labeled white for stats now. So they call this white adjacent or light-skinned adjacent. And basically, Benjamin Dominguez is a white male. Jose Angel Cabral is a white male. Raul Ambrosio Jimenez Jr. is a white male. Larry Valdez, Anthony Gonzalez, Juan Carlos Mazicao, he dark. Jose Emrena, Freddie Alenziz, featured fugitive. Ernesto Alonso Garcia, Israel Aguirre, they're all white men. Interesting. Stats there, if that's true. Allegedly. Okay, I didn't fact check that. It was from a meme. You shouldn't call us that. The correct term is minor attracted No. How about no? Stay away from the children, you pink-haired devil. All right. A shark could swim faster than me, but I could probably run faster than the shark. So in a triathlon, it would all come down to who is the better cyclist. Speaking of weird cess stuff, some cyclist somewhere won a event. They were talking about that in the Trump interview. That thing I was playing at the beginning was Trump being interviewed in Scotland after he just built a golf course, and there was the coronation of the new king of Scotland. And Trump did an interview with this Farad guy. Pretty good interview. Let's continue. Things are coming together as planned. Things. Hey, that's some handy contractor work right there. Let's go. That contractor put a lot of time and effort into figuring that puzzle out. I like it. The less flamboyant relative of the boom chakalaka is the plain chakalaka. Plain chakalaka. Proceed. Unjabbed people did their homework early on, and that is precisely why they are still unjabbed. And I think that might be it's not the last one. Hi, Doc. I'd like to have one of my fingers removed. Clearly, you are mentally unwell. Hi, Doc. I'd like to have my penis removed. You are an inspiration. Oh, and that's it for the memes. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Okay. Rapid fire news. Let's get to it. Let's take a second. Have a sip of the dew, sip of the voltage. I wanted to get the American flavor, and they had it. They had the zero sugar American flavor one at the gas station, but I don't like zero sugar Mountain Dew. If I wanted a zero sugar beverage, I would drink water. That's like drinking non-alcoholic beer. No. I understand if you're using non-alcoholic beer to quit, but if you just chill on non-alcoholic beer, that's like drinking zero sugar soda. Come on now. That's like drinking decaf coffee. What's wrong with you? Just drink water. I've seen people do DIY projects that look like that. Oh, the banjo's going up. I need to find a better soundboard that lets me, because this one that I use only lets me have 5 custom sounds before I have to pay for it. So I have to either switch them out, but I have these 5, but I always think of cool things I want a soundboard. I need a soundboard with like 30 slots on it, and then I need a little controller for it. And I would have and squeal like a pig, boy, on my soundboard. You got a purty mouth. Tongued? What does that mean? All right. Let me open up these rapid fire and reels and all this good stuff. Some of these we'll just check out the headlines. We'll just burn through the headlines. Some of them I kind of put together in groups to make a little segment, like our weird sex stuff segment. Do I need to open this? Now the question is, if I open it in an incognito window, when I open the porn site tab, if it's incognito, is it going to know that I'm in Utah? I need it to know that I'm in Utah. Otherwise, my channel gets shut down if I open this. Oh, did I open the wrong one? Yeah, I opened the wrong thing. 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Bear with me. We got to check some stuff out. Make sure nothing's changed. No new developments in this porn ban. I think I have to open in regular windows because I have the reels. Yeah, that reel's awesome. Okay. Let me see here. Let me check in this and make sure. All right, we're still good. We're still good. We're going to look at YouPorn on the stream. If some law changes while I'm in the middle of the stream when I have this open and something inappropriate pops up on the stream, I'm sorry, children. Take your children out of the room. We're about to get little adult in the weird sex stuff segment. I need a opening scene that I can play where it's like, weird sex stuff. This is the segment where we're going to be talking about the LGBT low IQ agenda and all that stuff. A little later in the show, not at the beginning of the show. But first, let's watch some funny reels, you know? Let's watch some funny stuff. This one's funny. We had a funny slide video last week. We got another funny slide video this week. Boom! Boom! Oh my God. One more time. And boom! Okay. That's pretty epic. Next. Oh, this one's funny.
The images that you are about to see are photographs. They're actually my pencil drawings.
Oh, wow. These are going to be really good, guys.
Up to 200 hours.
Wow. 200 hours per drawing? This girl's got to be an amazing artist. Oh, man. She's passionate. I can hear it in her voice. Let's see.
A couple of them.
Let's see what these look like. I'm on the edge of my seat.
So, I hope you enjoy.
Dang! I hate everything. Shoo! Me with huge knockers. Got a new hairdo. Dog with saggy tits. Me helping a baby out of the tree. Wait a second. Me helping a baby out of a tree. What does this look like? With huge knockers.
So.
That's pretty funny. That made me laugh. Next. Let's get quickly through these reels. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, no. I love rock climbing, by the way. I've never actually been rock climbing. I love indoor rock climbing, which I have done many times. And I love bouldering on rocks. And I love climbing trees. And I would love to do what these guys are doing, but this right here, no. Check this out. Woo! Boom, his clip broke. Ooh. So he slips, and then his carabiner doesn't catch, it doesn't hold, it pops out. I think they call it a whipper, because in the video it says a whipper. Took a fall like this trad whipper. I don't know what a whipper is. I don't speak climber language, climber lingo, but this is crazy. Let's watch it a couple more times. Blink. Woo! Oh, and he gets stopped. Oh my God. Woo! And it was in that moment that he was born again Christian. In that instant, he gave his life over to Christ. Facts. Straight up. Next, last reel. This might give me hit with a little copyright for the music that's playing. This is Wu-Tang. That's Method Man. And this is a American Sign Language interpreter, quote unquote. If you believe any of that's real, I don't even think it is. I think it's just a bunch of a bunch of nonsense. It's not actually a language. They're not actually doing anything. But check this out. Mr. Americon, Ghostface, carry a black 9. And then Method Man sees her do it. Carry a black 9. Ghostface goes, what? What? Yo. One more. Method Man's like, let's go. That's lit. He's going to be going around. I'm doing sign language. Every time I do this, I'm doing sign language. Yo, but what kind of deaf person goes to a rap concert? I could understand going to like an opera or like a drum show where you could like feel the vibrations of the percussion, but a rap concert when you're deaf, you don't understand any of the words. How much are they paying this lady to fake interpret for Wu-Tang? Oh, gosh. All right, but that's it for the reels. Now we're going to proceed on to this rapid fire news. Signers get on my signers get on my last nerve. All right, guys. Rapid fire news first. We got a bunch of stuff in the weird sex stuff segment. It's the weird sex stuff segment. I wish I had a soundboard.
Beta. You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Let's look at the weird sex stuff first. First, we're just going to look at some pictures from the Met Gala. You know, that's where a bunch of rich and famous people get paid a lot of money to wear weird-looking outfits that nobody would ever wear in the normal world. That cost a whole lot of money, and it pays for, pedophiles to fly all over the world and traffic children and suck adrenochrome out of them and all sorts of stuff like that. Maybe it's Maybelline. Stem cell research for medicines. All this stuff is funded by these rich, powerful elites that go to the Met Gala, and men dress like women and women dress like men, and it's just a big degenerate fest. So let's take a look at some of the pictures. Sorry to do this to you guys. First in May is officially over. The 2023 Met Gala red carpet has officially closed at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I don't want to care about the details. Here's ASAP. ASAP means as soon as possible, but he's always late. So I don't know. ASAP something and like Rihanna. I think that's Rihanna looking like a weird flower, but he's got a little kilt on, a little dress, and some sparkly bedazzled on his jeans. Looking a mess. There's Nicki Minaj. Nope, that's Cardi B. Same thing. Cardi B. I guess if it's a fashion show, that dress isn't horrible. There's this Jenna Ortega girl. This girl's hot. This is a girl that plays I hope she's not under 18. I think she's of age because otherwise the internet would destroy me for saying she's hot. Am I allowed to say that? Is she of age? I think she's like 22. But anyway, she's hot. She's on the Addams Family Wednesday. But anyway, I don't like the boots and stuff, but I don't know why I'm critiquing fashion right now. I could care less about fashion, but here's some guy wearing a weird looking outfit. Here's some hot looking chick wearing a sexy outfit. Gigi Hadid and Givenchy. Here's one of the Kendall Jenner, looking like if she's wearing a half of a suit and half of a bathing suit, kind of weird. There's Kim. Now Kim, I wonder if she was showing nip off because it looks like she has no top on and she just has necklaces on to cover up the nip action, but she might have some sort of covers under there. I don't know, but anyway, I don't really care. Anne Hathaway, I don't even know who she is. Where's the weird ones? We got some weird ones. We got a weird cat lady, furry fandom. You got to get the furries in there. Doja Cat, looking like a cat. Selma Hayek looking classy in the red dress. I like it, Selma. And then, oh my Lord, what the? That's a little nasty X degenerate guy looking like a snowflake with underwear on, painted and bedazzled. Let's get off that. It's gross. This girl's hot. I like that. See, the women don't look too bad. Some of the dresses are crazy and weird, but for the most part, a lot of these women look classy and nice. The guys are all made laughing stocks of and made to dress like this or to wear dresses or wear some jeans with a kilt. This guy's got a train, like a 40-foot long train following him like a bride would have. See, the guys are made laughing stocks of while the women, look nice. Like, yeah, Billie Eilish looks scary as usual, but that's her look. Like her dress is, it's kind of nice. A nice dress, weird dress, interesting dress. That's kind of cool. A lot of black and white flowers, which I heard is like Illuminati symbolism, is something demonic. Probably makes sense. There's a nice suit. There's a guy in a classy, nice suit. You'd like to see more of that from the world instead of all this weird stuff. Nice dress for this Giselle Bündchen lady. Is that Tom Brady's ex-wife? Look, Pete Davidson, this hobo, looking like a hobo as usual. Going in the Met Gala, looking like he's about to flash somebody. Looking like he's coming up with a trench coat on, about to flash somebody or shoot up the place. One or the other. I don't know. This guy's an idiot. A cute little couple right there, I guess. She's a lot taller than him. That's weird. She should take the heels off. If you're taller than the guy you're with when you wear heels, get shorter heels, ladies. Or get a taller guy. I don't know. But that doesn't look right. She got a big crazy dress. She thick. Is that Lizzo? Who's that? That's Lizzo wearing some Chanel, about to bust them beads. You better watch out. Them beads are under high tension. They might snap and pearls are going to be flying everywhere rapidly with high velocity. You could lose an eye. So if she bends over or something, Lord have mercy. We got any other weird ones? She's cute. See, the girls mostly look all right. That's kind of a weird dress. Nothing too crazy. There's been crazier stuff other years. Of course, little Nasty X is going to look like a degenerate. Oh, God. Is that Leto? Oh, my gosh. Jared Leto made it off of his island where he runs a cult on an island where basically he thinks he's Jesus. And he only allows women onto the islands, attractive, model type women. He lives on an island with a whole bunch of women, and they worship him. Like, and here he is wearing makeup and like a dress, and oh Lord, that guy's a mess. But wait, there he is again wearing a furry suit. He had two different outfits. One was a dress, and one was a furry costume. Literally. That almost looks Photoshopped, but this is from Vogue. What the heck is wrong with these people? Oh my God. Oh, that's a crazy looking dress. There's another crazy looking dress. What the? Yeah, see the black and the white and the weird animal bags and the bondage stuff. This is all like symbolism and demonic. That's kind of weird. Who's that? Mary J. Blige. Thick! Dang, she busting out the seams. So, just looking for any more weird ones. Gonna go through fast. Just to laugh at these. What the heck? It's Cousin It. It's a white Cousin It. What the heck? Erykah Badu, is she still alive? I didn't even know Erykah Badu was still alive. That's Nick Cannon's mama. Not really, but they look the same. When Nick Cannon puts his thing up in the puts a towel on his head, he looks just like Erykah Badu. I always make fun of him. I always say he looks like Erykah Badu. Yeah. Anyway, who's this guy? Is that John Legend? Russell Westbrook? Anyway. All right, enough of that stuff. Let's move on. So first I'll give you a little filler. Pornhub. More weird sex stuff. In Utah, Pornhub blocks access in Utah over age verification law. Some of the internet's biggest adult website, including Pornhub, YouPorn, Brazzers. I've done my research, guys. Trust me, I've done my research. And we're going to talk about, I don't like to talk about this stuff. I think it's weird, but we're going to, for the men, the ladies in the room, for the men, we're going to touch on it a little bit. No pun intended. We're going to touch on it a little bit, but we're going to talk about touching on it. We're going to talk about pornography just a little bit, not too much, but Just the tip. Pornhub and other adult sites controlled by its parent MindGeek began blocking visitors with Utah-based IP addresses this week. This is from CNN. Now, instead of seeing adult content when visiting those sites, affected users are shown a message expressing opposition to SB 278, the Utah law signed by Governor Spencer Cox in March that creates liability for porn sites that make their content available to people below the age of 18. So now, guys, get ready. For the first time ever on a live stream, since I live in Utah, I can do this. This won't work if you live anywhere else. But when I go to YouPorn, Pornhub, Brazzers, any of these big porn sites, this is what you get. And here we are, guys, live on the stream. We are at YouPorn on a stream. And I don't think I'm going to get banned for it. Hopefully I'm not. What's chat saying? Hold on. Before I read, we'll play this video. I saw Lizzo get kicked out of a Chinese buffet for eating too much in Irvine, California. No way. Is that true? Weaponized obesity. Anne Hathaway, JS, you got to watch Havoc. It's an old movie. I'll check it out. Adrenochrome like a mug. Beta. Check this out, guys. Check this out. This is YouPorn. Dear user, as you may know, I'm just going to let her say it. But there's the message here, and then they got this porn lady. So this is the only time I could ever go to YouPorn on the stream and play a video for you guys. And we're going to do it right now.
Hi, I'm Sheree DeVille. As you may know, your elected officials have required us to verify your age before granting you access to our website. While safety and compliance are at the forefront of our mission, giving your ID card every time you want to visit an adult platform is not the most effective solution for protecting our users. And
I mean, I guess I agree with that.
And your privacy at risk. In addition, mandating age verification without proper enforcement gives platforms the opportunity to choose whether or not to comply. As we've seen in other states,
Jay is going to move like 90 going north.
Sites with far fewer safety measures in place. Very few sites are able to compare to the robust trust and safety measures.
Oh, it's robust.
In order to protect.
What do you mean? All you do is click on the thing that says I'm 18 and you're in. You have and now here's the weird thing. The weird thing is I've known about this for years. And Utah is the #1 place in the country. And this was a stat that I found, like long time ago, years and years, like 5, 6, 7 years ago. I knew this, that Utah was the #1 state in the country for amount of paid porn subscriptions. So the government knows if you're paying for these porn subscriptions. Utah has the most paid porn subscriptions. I don't know if that stat is still true, but I know still to this day, Utah is known as the capital of porn consumption in America. So there's a problem with porn here. I think it has something to do with how restrictive the Mormon religion is and how, they're following a false prophet, which leads to, it leads to secret degeneracy. They hide their degeneracy instead of confronting it and overcoming it. And anyway, so that's my thoughts on why there's so much porn consumption in Utah. But we do have some based politicians here, not Mitt Romney. Spencer Cox is a good dude. We got some good dudes. And yeah, I'm pro banning porn for anybody who isn't 18. I'm almost, I haven't spent a lot of time really analyzing it, but I'm almost completely 100% against. I'm pro banning all porn. And people say, well, that doesn't sound very conservative of you. That doesn't respect the First Amendment. The First Amendment does not protect lewdness and obscenity. No, that's not protected by the First Amendment. You can't go into a first grade classroom and start having sex in front of children. That would be illegal. So you can't say it's protected by the First Amendment, because I have my First Amendment rights if I go into a school. So no, porn is not protected by the First Amendment, in my opinion. It shouldn't be. And I really don't care if. I definitely don't think kids should be seeing porn. It's horrible. It's bad. It's so easily accessible with all the devices, especially all the kids who have devices and stuff. But let's finish this video and then I'll talk more on it.
Children and user privacy. Any legislation must
She's mildly
be enforced
attractive.
against all platforms offering adult content.
Yeah, she's probably been ran through like 9,000 times though. It's over 9,000.
The safety of our users is one of our biggest concerns. However, The best and most effective solution for protecting children and adults alike is to identify users by their device and allow access to age-restricted materials and websites based on that identification. Until a real solution is offered, we've made the difficult decision to completely disable access to our website in your region.
This is crazy, guys. Do you know how many guys, like, now, I heard Nick Stream talk about this, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I didn't find out about this from listening to Nick Stream. I knew about it the second that it happened. The second it happened and I got locked out of it. No, I'm just kidding.
Please contact your representatives and demand device-based verification solutions that make the internet safer while also respecting your privacy.
You know how pissed these Mormons are right now? Do you know how pissed these Mormons are? They can't get on the porn sites anymore. Bro. Now, of course, there's still porn sites on the internet that you can go to, but they're just not the quality and the caliber of viewport. I'm kidding. Oh my gosh, I got to stop kidding. Okay, so let's get serious. Let's get serious. I think this is based. I think it's based. So hopefully Dean's not in here, because if we mention any of this stuff with Dean around, he'll be talking about it for the next 3 months. So we're going to be quick and talk about it while Dean's not in here. But yeah, I've never been like some porn addict guy, okay? I've had problems with substances. I've had problems with sex, with loose women, and I've overcome all that. As far as porn, I've never been like, except for maybe in like 7th and 8th grade when I was just discovering how that stuff works down there. And then, you know, young guys are just crazy with it, just going at it all the time, you know? But as an adult, you know, it's not, I'm not really like addicted to porn. I'm not going to say I never watch it. I'm working on completely overcoming it. And, you know, I can go a week, but every now and then before you go to bed, you get that hankering, and it's like a quick thing. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Get it out of the way. Because if you don't, I'm going to talk like an adult right now. If you don't, and you're a grown man and you don't have a wife or you don't have a girlfriend and you're celibate like I am, you'll have what's called wet dreams. I'm 35 years old and I still have nocturnal emissions. And I'm not embarrassed about it. That just means everything's functioning properly, you know? And I don't like waking up like that. That's mess. That's a mess. And I think it affects my dreams negatively. So if I just get it out of the way every now and then, and I don't suffer with it, it's not something I like. It's going to damage my personal life or my relationships. You know, I don't judge it as evil, but, or I don't know. I kind of used to make excuses for it, but now as I'm trying to walk with God, I'm trying to overcome it completely. No porn at all. So I kind of appreciate this because, you know, it just makes it less accessible. Like if I want to quit smoking cigarettes, if they didn't have cigarettes on sale at every gas station I walked into, if it was illegal and cigarettes were illegal, you had to pay $50 for a carton. You had to pay $50 a pack. You have to pay $300 for a carton to get mailed to you from another state. I wouldn't be smoking cigarettes. So I think it's good when they make you have to jump through hoops to do this degenerate stuff, you know? And, but yeah, so anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so I was saying I used to justify it, right? Now I don't justify it anymore. It's the same way. It's something we need to overcome as men. It's not good. You should not be watching porn. You shouldn't be like touching yourself like that. That's weird. Better to spill your seeds in a whore than on the floor type of thing. But it's not good to spill your seeds in a whore either. But anyway, but what I will say, here's why now. Somebody said this. I can't remember if it was like Andrew Tate or some red pill guy, or I can't remember who said it. Maybe it was Elijah Schaefer. Maybe it was Nick Fuentes. But somebody said this, and it really stuck with me. And I was like, you know what? That's true. That's 100% true. I agree with that. And what they said was, when you watch porn, you're cucking yourself. You're being the definition of a cuckold, a cuck. You're watching a girl who you wish you could be with, this girl that you're fantasizing about, this woman who's naked. You're fantasizing about, you wish you could be with her, but you're never going to be with her. So you're watching some other guy who's essentially better than you in every way. Maybe not morally, but you're like looking at this dude railing this chick, and you're trying to imagine that you're doing it to her, but you're watching some other guy do it. You're cucking yourself. You're being a cuck. That is the definition of a cuckold. Watching someone you would want to be with, in most cases it's your wife or your girlfriend, get tore up by some other dude. That's cuckoldry. Unless you're watching just like lesbian porn, and nobody's watching no guys are just watching lesbian porn. So it's degenerate. It's gross. It's not a good habit, young men. It's not good for your mind. It's shown that the amount of endorphins and everything it releases, it's similar to a heroin high, and it's as addicting and harmful as heroin. Maybe you're not going to die from a porn overdose, but you could pretty much be dead. There are people who just live inside their room in front of a computer with 100 screens open, just doing that stuff all day. That's a problem. So it is degenerate behavior. I'm glad they banned it here in Utah. It was funny when I'll be honest, guys, when I typed in YouPorn and that popped up, I was like, what? Is this for real? But it's not like some habitual thing, guys. Y'all can make fun of me for it. It'll make me stronger. It's all right. But it's not like it's something every couple of days thing or once a week, But I'm just being honest with you. I don't look at it. I don't judge myself for it. I don't think it's a problem that's hurting my life. There are other things that are hurting my life that I'm trying to overcome, like cigarettes are much more harmful for me, I think. And I'm trying to be made perfect. So eventually none of these things, I won't have any of these things going on in my life. That's the goal. That's what I'm working towards. And so, no, I'm not justifying porn. I'm glad they banned it. I'm glad they took it. I hope they should do this nationwide, and they should make it if it's going to be legal for 18 and up, then it needs to be much more difficult to access. It damages relationships. It's also like you're desensitizing yourself. You're seeing all this crazy, you can on these websites, you could see the craziest sex stuff, the weirdest sex stuff in the world. You could see it every day, nonstop, all day for free. Just watch all this crazy stuff. And then when you finally get with a girl, you're not going to know what to do. You're not going to, your thing's not going to work. Your junk ain't going to work because you're not going to have the crazy bondage, bukkake, wild mess that you're used to watching in these videos because your tolerance keeps going up. Just like a drug, your tolerance keeps going up. So you watch crazier and crazier and crazier stuff. And you finally meet some boring, nice girl, and she ain't doing like backflips and calling her friends in the room and doing all the crazy stuff. and your thing don't work. Your thing ain't gonna work, young men. So cut it out. Cut it out. Thank you, Spencer Cox, for the porn ban. Robbie Brown, what's up? You came in right when we were talking. We were touching on we were touching on it. We're touching on the situation about porn being banned in Utah. You might have missed it, Robbie, but this is YouPorn. This is what you see if you live in Utah and you go on YouPorn or Pornhub or any of them. They're all the same video, same message, and you can't get past it. Maybe if you had a VPN, you could bypass it, but I don't have a VPN. Anyway, we got a little bit more weird sex stuff. It's not over yet. Meanwhile, Utah is named best state in America. Guys, we banned porn. We stopped abortions. Abortions are illegal here. As soon as Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions were made illegal. We banned porn. If you want to go to a base, the closest thing to a Christian theocracy, even though it's Mormons and they're not really Christian, they're close enough. They're pretty close. They think they're Christian, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They're decent people, okay? They're doing based moves as far as conservatism goes and spirituality and a whole closest thing that we got to a holy Christian theocracy in America. You need to make your way over to Utah, but don't come if you're a damn liberal. You ain't got no time for that. Ain't got no time for that. Utah is named best state in America for 2023. What else we got? From Axios, which American downtowns are thriving and which are struggling? Salt Lake City is number one, most thriving since COVID, since they ended the COVID, emergency things now. They came out with this study to see which downtowns have recovered the best from COVID. And according to this thing, it says Salt Lake City is number one. So let's go. And then And then that's it for the weird sex stuff segment. That's it, guys.
Beta!
All right. I'd move, but I'm divorced, broke, and homeless. Are you really? Hey, Emperor of Cats, you should check out my old videos. I was homeless when I started this YouTube channel. And, you know, I kind of chronicled my life while I was homeless and after I quit drugs, and how I basically just lived while I was homeless and focused on being positive and following God, and you can get out of it. You'd be all right. You'd be all right. Go watch the old videos though. Check it out. I was homeless too, bro. Yo, Hobo Squad. Gang, gang. That's what's up. Oh, the Utah going up. Utah sounds amazing. I have a free VPN. You gonna let me use a VPN? I'll use a VPN, and I'll if they pay me for it. Some proto VPN sent me a thing, and then it might have been a scam because they never sent me anything back. I was like, if you let me use it for free, I'll try it out. And if it's good, you can pay me to shout you out. I just shouted them out, but don't use Proton VPN. They're crap. They didn't send me no money. Let's move on. We got a story. Y'all remember the banana? No, this is not weird sex stuff. We're done with the weird sex stuff segment. I'm talking about a real banana. Y'all remember that banana art installation that sold for $120K? $120,000 of banana taped to a wall. You guys remember that? Let's check out the display capture here. Y'all remember this? So apparently some student ate it. He ate the banana. And you'd say, well, wait, that was like, wasn't that like years ago that story happened? Like a year or two ago? Well, apparently they replaced the banana. And I'm sure the duct tape gets bad after peeling it and unpeeling it. But once a week, they replace the banana with a new banana. So it's not even the same banana that for $120,000 was originally bought. It's probably not even the same duct tape because after multiple times unsticking and sticking it, it's going to not work. So it's new duct tape every now and then, new banana every week. Anyway, and this has happened twice apparently. Some kid ate the banana because he was hungry. An art student from Seoul National University caused a stir when he ate a pricey art installation because he was hungry. Now, Seoul is in North or South Korea? North Korea? It's in one of them Korea countries. And anyway, he ate this. And then, I don't have where's the picture at? Anyway, he ate this, and then this person had commented in the comment section of the article, and it says, from my perspective, this speaks volumes about America's capitalism versus poverty issue. So basically they're saying you got a $120,000 banana art piece that some starving American person ate. And then somebody in the comments was like, hey, dummy, this happened in Korea. What does it have to do with America's poverty and capitalism? What are you talking about? This happened in Korea where this kid ate this. And then I said, thank you for being a perfect example of a socialist. Stupid. What I meant was thank you for being an idiot and just displaying how you guys don't know anything about what you're talking about. You just want to attack capitalism so bad that you make this dumb comment. You don't even read the article that it wasn't in America that this happened. So anyway, I just found that pretty funny. Let's proceed. We got a story from Reuters. Weird story. Check this out. Have you guys heard of this? Dished up by 3D printers, a new kind of fish to fry. They got 3D printed meat now. So if we aren't going to eat the bugs, if you aren't going to become a vegetarian and eat you got to eat either the GMOs or you got to be gluten-free. You got some shellfish allergies. If you're not going to eat the bugs and live in the pods, then you're going to eat 3D printed fish, 3D printed meat. This is crazy. Look at this. Oh, we got a video playing. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? Future of food.
Stakeholder Foods has partnered with Singapore-based Umami Meats to make fish fillets. How does it?
Oh my gosh, British people. It's a fish fillet, not a fish fillet.
Into muscle and fat. Stakeholder Foods then adds them to a quote bio ink suited for special 3D printers. The result?
What the? Who's eating that? That looks super.
Beta.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Protected printing capabilities, we know to 3D print exactly the same texture and flakiness of a real fish. They can say
what?
That here the process is clean, it's transparent, the end product is.
Look at the burger. The burger looks like it's made of styrofoam. What is going on? I'm not eating 3D printed meat. No.
Antibiotics free, and I assume that in the future we will understand the health benefits of these cultivated meat products.
3D girlfriend? Right, they banned Pornhub, but now you can just get a 3D printed girlfriend, so it doesn't really matter. 3 disgusting. Dealing it now? Thank me, meter. Look it up now. Do it. Wait, what are we saying? Did you ever watch Unhinged? Sounds familiar. You open up Discord? You want to go in there and talk, Robbie? I'll open up Discord if you want to come chat. $3D printed fish. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll open up Discord. Let me burn through these real quick. Word. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. 3D printed fish. Proud Boys leader found guilty of seditious conspiracy for driving January 6th attack. They got Enrique Otario, Ethan, Joseph Briggs, Nordine, and Zachary Rell. And they're looking at 14 to 17 years, I think, for the January 6th stuff. One of them apparently hit a cop with a baton they took from them. They were on camera breaking a window. These are the leaders of the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers. They have not been sentenced yet. They're looking at quite a bit of time. So that's from Politico. You guys can check that out if you're interested. I've talked about the Proud Boys, how they started off based when Gavin McInnes started it. It was just a men's club and it was based. But then once he left and they started getting a little too big for their britches, it got kind of whack. And your pod with your week's worth of food bugs crawling on you while wearing your VR headset. Yep. Sounds about right. Let me see what Discord's doing. Robbie, you can jump in there.
Beta.
I was just testing that to see if it worked because something happened on the soundboard. So Proud Boys court. Navy confirms. Oh, this was supposed to be in the weird sex stuff from Breitbart. Navy confirms using drag queen influencer as a digital ambassador to attract recruits. What the?
It's a man, baby.
The U.S. Navy confirmed to Breitbart News on Wednesday that it used a drag queen influencer as one of its digital ambassadors to attempt to recruit a wide range of potential candidates. Yeah, because those are the type of candidates we need in the military. Right. The Navy bought a drag queen to Harpy Daniels, who was an active duty sailor, to participate in a pilot program aimed at targeting a wider array. Kelly served as part of the Navy's pilot ambassador program. Openly performed as a drag queen for a while, but garnered broader public attention this week after a video of him circulated on social media. Announced in a video on his Instagram page that the Navy asked him to be their first Navy digital ambassador. I identify as non-binary, and this has been an unbelievable experience since I've joined the Navy. From joining in 2016 and being able to share my drag experience on my off time with my fellow sailors has been a blessing. The experience has brought me much strength, courage, and ambition, blah, 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 blah. So that's weird. Anyway, that's the military that's going to deal with Russia's nuclear assault. That's what we got. We got more weird sex stuff. See, I don't know how my sites got mixed up because this is still in the weird sex stuff. Minnesota House amends Democrats' bill to remove anti-PDF file language from state's Human Rights Act after pushback. I heard about this from Real None You Business. Frozen hasn't been in the chats in a while, but I got him on Facebook, and he's always talking about this Finke, this Chris Finke. I'm sorry, not Chris. Wrong name. That was an accident, YouTube. The Minnesota House has unanimously this person right here, this woman.
It's a man, baby.
Let me see. Emperor of Cats. I'm in Minnesota. Are you? So do you know about this? Seinfeld was way too funny at times. Do you know about this little good call, Flat? I'm in. This place is a mess. Yeah. Lee Finke looks on during a session of the Minnesota House at the state capitol building. The Minnesota House has unanimously amended a bill by a trans-identified Democrat lawmaker who sought to change definitions in the state's Human Rights Act that raised concerns among many that the bill would weaken laws against PDF files. A Republican state lawmaker urged the Democrat-controlled House to vote to amend the Take Pride Act, or HF 1655, introduced by Democratic State Rep. Lee Finke, a man who identifies as a woman. The legislation, this is from Christian Post, so they're going to be a little more based than CNN's take on it. Legislation seeks to change the Minnesota Rights Act to include a separate definition for gender identity and remove language that LGBT and trans activists oppose regarding sexual orientation. Basically, it's controlling speech. You can't do any hate speech. You got to have protected classes and protected speech of the LGBTQ groups. And basically, the bill made it so that PDF files, or maps as they're calling them now, was like a protected class as part of the LGBTQ. And there was a lot of pushback from it, and it got thrown out. It got fixed. But when you read like PolitiFact or these Silicon Valley fact checkers, oh my gosh, look at this person. Look at this person. These Silicon Valley fact checkers, they're going to be deceptive when they check facts. Now, I believe in fact checking, guys. I'm pro fact checking. But I believe that's our job as people. That's what the Second Amendment, how it works. You combat bad speech with good speech. You need to hear the bad ideas. You need to hear about the flat earth so you can learn a little bit about physics, and then you can rebuttal it easier. You need to be able to hear that nukes are fake and then come to your own decision about whether they're real or fake once you listen to both sides of the argument. We need to be able to hear these things and come to our own decisions and think independently. Where was I going with that? What was I just saying? Anyway, this person wants to control our speech so that, protected classes, you can't say certain things about certain people. And part of the bill included protections for minor attracted persons, apparently. And that was the problem. And of course, it's an attack. It's an attack on the LGBTQ community, was what this Finke person. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is a man. Flirts lives matter, and sex criminals. See you in a week. Good luck. Good call, Flat. I'm in. Yeah, I do. All right. Robbie, what's up? Discord's open. You jumping in? Robbie. All right. Minnesota bill does not. So this is PolitiFact. That's what I was getting at. The fact checker thing. I'm okay with checking facts. That's what we're supposed to do. If you see something, before you just believe it, you need to look into it, look at both sides of the argument, right? But these fact checkers, my problem is when Facebook and these app stores, Google Apps, and these big conglomerates, these big tech giants, commission fact checkers from Silicon Valley, which they personally choose, which are very biased, and they only think a certain way, as their designated fact checkers. And then those fact checkers decide what posts stay and what posts go. I don't like that. When I talk about fact checkers, we need to just do our due diligence to check the facts. So PolitiFact is a steaming pile of garbage. We're going to read their fact check on this. Minnesota bill does not create a protected class for child sex offenders. That's what they say. Did the Minnesota House pass a bill that would make it illegal to discriminate against child rapists? Gays Against Groomers, an organization of gay people who oppose the sexualization and also, by the way, the Gays Against Groomers people, whack. I'm not with it. You're not getting. I'm gatekeeping. I'm gatekeeping the conservative movement. You don't get in. Nope. Sorry. It's good that you're against groomers, but you shouldn't call yourself Gays Against Groomers. Just call yourself People Against Groomers. Why do you have to stress the gayness of it? under the guise of LGBTQIA, claimed a proposed change in the Minnesota statutes as part of an effort to legalize pedophilia. Breaking, a transgender representative in Minnesota has introduced a bill that will remove the exclusion of pedophiles from the protected class of sexual orientation. This is from PolitiFact YouTube. I'm reading from PolitiFact. The group tweeted April 26, this means it will be illegal to discriminate against child R-words. Some reports from conservative news outlets also claim the bill would remove anti-PDF file language. These claims are misleading. Doesn't say they're false. Up here it says false. On their little truthometer, it says false. But when you read down, it's misleading. Rep. Lee Finke, who is transgender, wrote House File 1655, also called the Take Pride Act. The bill creates a new definition for gender identity in the Minnesota Human Rights Act and makes it a violation to discriminate against people based on their gender identities in housing and education. Right. So, PolitiFact doing what it normally does. It says it's false, and then it goes on to explain to you why it's true. And that's just weird. I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. Pause. Not actually going to touch on anything having to do with this guy. Let's move on because
It's a man, baby.
Beta.
Misleading. What? You asked me about the Discord. What the? More weird sex stuff. See, my links got out of order at some point. From Rolling Stone, Kiss, Paul Stanley has thoughts about parents who support gender identities. Paul Stanley from Kiss was being based. He said, my thoughts on what I'm seeing. There's a big difference between teaching acceptance and normalizing and even encouraging participation in a lifestyle that confuses young children into questioning their sexual identification as though some sort of game, and then parents in some cases allow it. There are individuals who as adults may decide reassignment is their needed choice, but turning this into a game or parents normalizing it as some sort of natural alternative or believing that because a little boy likes to play dress up in his sister's clothes or a girl in her brother's, we should lead them steps further down a path that's far from the innocence of what they are doing. With many children who have no real sense of sexuality or sexual experience caught up in the fun of using pronouns and saying what they identify as, some adults mistakenly confuse teaching acceptance with normalizing and encouraging a situation that has been a struggle for those truly affected and have turned it into a sad and dangerous fad. Facts, Paul Stanley. Paul Stanley from Kiss being based. And then last but not least, some more weird sex. Is abortion weird sex stuff? Kinda. You have sex with a loser and then you want to kill the baby. That's weird sex stuff. So still on the weird sex stuff, abortion restriction bill passes North Carolina Senate one day after passing. North Carolina House Governor Cooper plans to veto it. So North Carolina being based, passing abortion restrictions at 12 weeks. No, they banned all abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy. Good step in the right direction. Thank you, North Carolina. North Carolina being based. Let's proceed. From Fox, protesters flood DeSantis' office after Florida Republican passed sweeping education bill. So, not much here. Let's watch this little 1 minute 20 clip, see if it'll show any of the protesters. It's not a big story. It's still having to do with the parental rights and education bill and the Disney suit and all that stuff. We got a bunch of furries showing up to protest the boy, Ronnie.
With Milo E, I can no
Discord
longer
broken?
express myself through dance.
Thankfully, there's
no. I'm in it right now.
turn your low energy into
What are your thoughts on legislation to lower the minimum age to purchase a rifle from 21 years old to 18 years old?
So I think it's, I said at the time, remember when they raised that, I objected to it.
Hey, where's Dane at? Because Dane wants to debate me. I don't know if he wants to do like where we need to talk to Stubborn One and get some mod action up here. But he wants to debate me, I think, on Trump versus DeSantis. Well, I think we both agree that Trump and DeSantis are both way better than any Democratic option. But we're having a little bit of a tussle between Trump and DeSantis. And he wanted to call in and talk to me about it. We're talking about DeSantis right now. This would be the time. But if he wants to do like a real debate with a moderator, like how I did with Freddie, I'm down to do that. And I would take some time to research it. If he just wants to call and chat about it, he could jump in Discord now. But he made a point that DeSantis, I don't know if he made any comments on DeSantis about guns. Or he sent me something about Trump banning bump stocks. And he's like, see, Trump did this and he was against 2A. DeSantis raised the age in Florida to 21. Is he the one that raised it? I don't know if he's the one that raised it, but he just got asked right there if he would lower it. He won't lower it to 18. So you can go to war at 17 and get a gun and fight for our country in another country, but you can't defend your home when you're 18 years old here. That's common sense gun law. That's from Ron DeSantis. I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but any critique that somebody has of Trump, I can throw back an equal critique of DeSantis. And usually it can be explained simply by, you know, if we're talking about the LGBTQ agenda, he sent me a thing of Trump holding a gay flag. Trump was very like with the gay community, you know, which is odd when people say he was homophobic. It's actually far from the truth. Most conservatives have complained that Trump was a little too pro-gay, but so was DeSantis to some degree too. What they both have in common is that they're both against the women athletes, or the men athletes in women's sports. They're both staunchly against that, and two of the only politicians that are saying anything against that. But what I was explaining to him, and he agreed with me with this, we were talking on Facebook. I said, how far do you think any candidate would get who came out and said, I hate gay people? You think they would get anywhere? And also, as a Christian, I think that would be horrible. I don't want somebody who hates anybody. You need to have need to be as close to hateless as possible. So if some candidate came out and said, I'm totally against gay people, I hate gay people, they're not getting anywhere. You gotta play along with it a little bit. And you gotta know which hills to die on.
Look, I was in Iraq. I was there with 18-year-old Marines, 18-year-old soldiers that were put out in the streets of Fallujah and Ramadi and.
See, now he's sounding like he's saying he wants to make it 18, but they just said. Oh, no, he's saying 18-year-olds should be able to buy rifles. My bad. I misunderstood.
They had to risk their lives for this country. Then
Word.
They come back after doing that, and even though they were carrying a fire.
My point is that both of them suck. Both of them are better than any other options. They're the two top. And I don't think Trump or DeSantis suck. No, I think they both have flaws. But for the most part, both of them would be much better than what we have right now. And the country could actually get back to being what it was like before. Dane has submitted. What's that mean? We all fall short of the glory. Lame but solid answer.
Firearm the whole time. They're told you cannot exercise your sex.
All right, so admonish me. I misunderstood the question, or I didn't read the title of the video. So he is saying he wants to make it 18 because currently in Florida it's 21. So that's based. So I was wrong there. You got me on that one. Got me. Even though I'm not arguing with anybody, I said something wrong. I admit it.
Second Amendment rights here as an adult and as a veteran, and so I know it's in the courts as well. I do think ultimately it's going to be determined.
Anyway,
that those.
This video doesn't have anything to do with the protesters, but I wanted a video of the protesters. His office was flooded by protesters, a bunch of lethargic, like vegan types. They just kind of came in and sat down. I would call it an insurrection, though. Protesters flooded the office of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the state capitol on Wednesday. After the Republican legislator passed sweeping education bills the Democrats have decried as racist and transphobic. Police made at least a dozen arrests as the protesters planted themselves inside DeSantis' office. DeSantis was not at the Capitol at the time, though bemused staffers could be seen behind a walled desk. Dozens of protesters locked arms, sat on the carpet, and refused to comply with police officers' warnings that they must vacate the area within 20 minutes. It's odd there's no video of that because I'd really like to see a video of that insurrection. That sounds like, the Florida Capitol. They came into his office, locked arms, and sat on the floor. And the 12 of them got arrested. They need to get 14 to 17 years, just like those Proud Boys. They need to be thrown in prison, not get a fair trial in a timely matter, as is their rights. All that stuff because they did an insurrection, right? Right. Last but not least, now we'll switch over to Trump. His court thing's going on. The E. John Carroll arrest case and civil trial after jurors see video of Trump confusing her with his ex-wife. So the full video has been released. It's like 45 minutes. I got a clip, but I'm not going to play the clip. Instead, I'm just going to play a segment of the video from YouTube. But so the video I'm about to play is related to this story. This is from NBC News. Lawyers for E. John Carroll rested her civil case against Donald Trump on Thursday, shortly after jurors were shown a deposition video of the former president confusing her with his ex-wife, Marla Maples. The defense also rested its case. DeSantis is Zionist AF, but I still like him. So is Trump, though. They both are. And I don't know how, if that's as horrible a thing as we made to think it is. I think a lot of that is media division, making us, we got to hate the Jews, we got to hate the black people, we got to hate the brown people. And yes, bad stuff is happening, and we shouldn't be letting it happen. Do we need to be sending $80 billion a year to Israel? No. Is it our job to design the Iron Dome for them and protect them and designate their nation state and all that crap? No. Is it our job to keep peace for the whole world? No. But does that at the same time, that doesn't mean that we should hate the Jews or hate anybody. And I know that's not what you're saying, but yeah, we don't need to be sending Israel our money. That's our number one ally. Like, how big are they? Why is Israel our number one ally? It's kind of weird when you get deep into it, and then you go down that rabbit hole, that Zionism rabbit hole, and you start getting into all that stuff, and you start questioning. And it's good to do that, but you got to be of sound mind when you're doing it, because otherwise it can make you angry at a whole group of people that never did nothing to you. There are some elites in every group that are doing some crazy evil stuff. Looking glass holder. Trump the looking glass holder. Yeah, I mean, it's Trump over DeSantis all day. DeSantis doesn't stand a chance, but it would be interesting if Dame wanted to do like a legit debate, like an hour long debate about DeSantis versus Trump. And if you wanted to do it and set up a time, and I would do some research and come with all the heat, He can get all the smoke, and it could be a friendly debate. I'm down with it. How would Israel back Biden? I don't know if anybody would back Biden. Nobody's backing Biden because Biden ain't in the front. Biden's a puppet. Biden's got somebody's hand up his back, Nobody's backing Biden because he's asleep in Delaware. So yeah, she did her trial. Apparently he raped her in an elevator and nobody saw it 50 years later. It's so dumb. And Democrats think he's going to jail. Democrats really think they got my boy. Check this out.
The word threw a party in the county jail. The prison band was there and they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard a knocked out jailbird sing. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in whole cell block. Dancing to the jailhouse rock. Spider Murphy played the tenor saxophone. Sleepy Joe's blowing.
Sleepy Joe on the slide trombone.
Boy from Illinois when crash boom bang. The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock.
Woo!
Everybody in whole cell block. Dancing to the jailhouse rock. Number 47 said to number 3, you're the cutest jailbird I ever did see. I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on and do the jailhouse rock with.
Ooh!
The word that threw up.
So that was made by some Democrat using AI chat GPT. Trump's video deposition and rape case made public. So here's the clip from AP. I'm just gonna play this clip from YouTube. I'm going to let this play, go take my last break because this is the last story we got. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it because I think it's a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. They just want to throw more shade on our boy. And that's how I know that Trump is the best choice, because DeSantis gets some hate, but ain't nobody gets hated on like Trump except Jesus. And that's how I know Trump's the one. He's like Neo. He's going to free us from the Matrix. He's going to make America great again. So I'm gonna play this from his from the deposition, and this is so funny. Yo, he's pissed. He's pissed. We're gonna play this, and I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back, and then we're gonna talk in depth about fake nukes. Fake nukes. They're not real, guys. We know Russia's got more nuclear power than us. They could be nuclear World War III, but they're not real. They're not real. Once you realize that the nukes aren't real, it's tremendous. Tremendous. I have the best golf course. Probably, some say the best in the world. Definitely the best in Europe. Trump made politics fun again. Yep. Okay, yay. I got to work night shift, so I'm Audi 5000. Be well all. Later, Emperor of Cats. Thanks for hanging out. I don't usually see you up in the chats. I always see you in JLP and all that stuff, but thank you for coming by here and checking us out. Hit the like button on your way out. Tell a friend. All the good stuff. We are sponsored by viewers like you. So, thank you. Give me a break. You said Israel was quiet? Quiet. I don't know. Did I? I don't know. You guys can listen to this video, and I'll be right back. Listen to him. He's mad. He's pissed off. It says she's an idiot.
What do you mean? She never used the word swooned.
No, she said that I did something to her.
I'll be right back.
That never took place. There was no anything. I know nothing about this nut job.
Okay, then you go on to say in the statement, and while I am not supposed to say it, I will. Why were you not supposed to say it?
Because it's not politically correct to say. Read the next, go ahead. That she's not my type? Yeah, because it's not politically correct to say it, and I know that, but I'll say it anyway. She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge, and you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But she's accusing me, and so are you, of rape, and it never took place. And I will tell you, I made that statement, and I said, well, it's politically incorrect. She's not my type, and that's 100% true. She's not my type.
Now, in your True Social statement on October 12, you use the word hoax. Specifically, you say, it is a hoax and a lie, just like all the other hoaxes that have been played on me for the past 7 years. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Recall making that statement. And I take it what you're saying there is Ms. Carroll fabricated her claim that you sexually assaulted her, correct?
Yes, totally. 100%.
Now, fair to say, you'd agree with me, would you not, that you use the term hoax quite a lot?
Yes, I do.
CNN reported that you used it more than 250 times in 2020. Does that sound right to you?
Could be. I've had a lot of hoaxes played on me. This is one of them.
And how would you define the word hoax?
A fake story, a false story, a made-up story.
Something that's not true.
Something that's not true, yes.
Sitting here today, can you recall what else you have referred to as a hoax?
Sure. The Russia hoax. It's been proven to be a hoax. Ukraine hoax. The Mueller situation for 2.5 years hoax. Ended in no collusion. It was a whole big hoax. The lying to the FISA court hoax. The lying to Congress many times hoax by all these people, this scum that we have in our country. Lying to Congress, hoax. The spying on my campaign, hoax. They spied on my campaign and now they admit it. That was another hoax. And I could get a whole list of them. And this is a hoax too.
This, when you say this and that?
There's this ridiculous situation that we're doing right. It's a big fat hoax. She's a liar and she's a sick person, in my opinion. Really sick. Something wrong with her.
Okay. In addition to the Russia hoax, the Ukraine hoax, the Mueller hoax, the lying to FISA hoax, the lying to Congress hoax, and the spying on your campaign hoax, isn't it true that you also referred to the use of mail-in ballots as a hoax?
Yeah, I do. Sure. I do. I think they're very dishonest. Mail-in ballots, very dishonest.
And isn't it true that you yourself have voted by mail?
I do. I do. Sometimes I do, but I don't know what happens to it once you give it. I have no idea.
Are you familiar, I'm sure you are, with something that's often referred to as the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's mark it and play it as, 35.
This indestructible $99 drone is now available in the US. This powerful $99 drone is now available in the US. This is an extremely high-tech $5,000 drone. It was developed so that Navy
drones in our military. Is this over? This video contains graphic language. All right.
She used to be great. She's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. You know, she was...
Sorry, that was a long break. I had to call my boss, figure out what time I'm working tomorrow and all that stuff. So anyway, so yeah, the full video's out. It's pretty funny. It's got some funny highlights in it. Maybe I'll clip it up a little bit for the shorts action. But the truth hoax, Trump's based. Yes, Orange Man rad. Have a peaceful shift, Emperor of Cats. The night shift, Emperor of Cats working the night shift. Cats are nocturnal. Actually, cats are not nocturnal. Cats are what's it called? Oh, I forget the words. We talked about this in one of the shows. There's not just daytime and nighttime. There's 4 different types of predators, and cats are dusk and dawn. They're not nocturnal like a lot of people think. It's called something different. But anyway, keep playing the video. Well, it's long, man. I don't want to play the whole thing.
She was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married. No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch. But I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
Jeez, your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, Nadal has scored!
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your like,
See, this is locker room talk. It's locker room talk. That's the conversation from the bus when he said, you can grab him by the pooswa. You can grab him by the pooswa. He's talking with the boys. He's talking with the boys, you know? Should he be talking like that about women? Probably not. Probably not. But I don't need my president to be... Oh, shoot. That came in. Open the door. Render under Caesar what is Caesar's. I don't need my president to be a perfect example of Christ. If we lived in a theocratic, Christian theocratic nation and the religion ruled, we wouldn't even have a president. We would just have whoever's the king. The king would be a man of God and a great example. But we don't have that. We don't have that. We got politicians. We got Caesar. So I just want the best Caesar for the job. I want the strongest man for the job who isn't going to bow for the money, who isn't going to fall for the system and fall for the establishment and get brought in by bribes and political action committees and all this money, big money, you know. Money corrupts, but Trump already had money when he came into office. He's not establishment. We've already seen what he did for 4 years, and it was great things. So it's the safer bet than DeSantis. DeSantis can come up in 2028. How about that? How about that? So let's move on. Let's finish this. He scored Melania. That's right. Let me open up these last tabs. This is gonna be fun, guys. We're about to get into a conspiracy theory. It's conspiracy theory time. Oh yeah. Oh, it's conspiracy theory time. Let's go. Where'd the audio go? Where'd the audio go? The nuclear winter. Right now, there are more than 10,000 nuclear weapons of mass destruction spread out across the global plane of the world. Boom! Great nations' powers with great forces. With great power comes great responsibility. That's right, the nuclear bomb. Oh, the audio cuts out there every time. This is the Dreaded Conservative, and we are going to talk about fake nukes. It's that time. The audio cut out right when I started recording. Dang. Nukes. We're told to be worried about them. They made children hide under their desks. It was round one of preparing people for an ultimate global crisis that would bring everybody together and unite everybody. War, pestilence, and famine. We've seen the COVID pandemic. The last step is the fake alien attack in Project Bluebeam to unite us all under one world order and one world government. But is it all what we're told? Should we believe everything that we're seeing about these giant explosive powers and forces? I'm going to pose to you that we shouldn't be afraid. We should not be afraid. Let's get into it, guys. First, nuclear weapons. We just talked about earlier in the show. Russia's got more nukes than America. Russia's got 5,700 nukes. And then Joe Biden has the football, and he's in control of 5,400 nukes. From Wikipedia, it says a nuclear weapon is an explosive device that derives its destructive force from nuclear reactions, either fission, like a fission bomb, or a combination of fission and fusion reactions, like a thermonuclear bomb, producing a nuclear explosion. Nuclear. Both bomb types release large quantities of energy from relatively small amounts of matter. And then when you take a look at these nukes, it looks like a freaking cartoon. Looks like a cartoon nuke, like Wile E. Coyote got this from Acme. The first test of fission bomb released an amount of energy approximately equal to 20,000 tons of TNT. The first thermonuclear hydrogen bomb test released energy approximately equal to 10 tons of TNT. Nuclear bombs have had yields between 10 tons and 50 megatons for the SAR bomb. See the TNT equivalent. A thermonuclear weapon weighing as little as 600 pounds can release energy equal to more than 1.2 megatons of TNT. A nuclear device no longer larger than a conventional bomb can devastate an entire city by blasts of fire and radiation. Since they are weapons of mass destruction, the proliferation of nuclear weapons is a focus of international relations policy. Nuclear weapons have been deployed twice in war by the United States against the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 during World War I. That all sounds really scary, guys. That all sounds frightening. The largest nuke is the Russian SAR, 50 megatons. So a 10 keton nuke, which is a small one, can do a 1.2 mile blast radius. A 50 megaton, like that SAR bomb that Flat Sabbath is talking about, can do 12 miles of damage. So don't over exaggerate it. Don't let them make you over exaggerate it in your mind that it's going to wipe out the entire world if a nuke drops. Nuclear radiation is baloney. Oh, we're going to get into that. Oh, yeah. So the devastating effects of nuclear weapons. This is more just background info on what are these things. What can a nuclear weapon do? How can they achieve their destructive purpose? What would a nuclear war and its aftermath look like? In the article that follows, excerpted from Richard Wolfson and Ferenc Dalnaki-Versi's book, Nuclear Choices for the 21st Century, the authors explore these and related questions that reveal the most horrifying realities of nuclear war. A bomb explodes. Short-term effects. The most immediate effect of nuclear explosion is an intense burst of nuclear radiation. primarily gamma rays and neutrons. This direct radiation is produced by the weapon's nuclear reactors themselves and lasts well under a second. Lethal direct radiation extends nearly half a mile from a 10 kiloton explosion. With most, only half a mile is the radiation. With most weapons, though, direct radiation is of little significance because other lethal effects generally encompass greater distances. An important exception is the enhanced radiation weapon, or neutron bomb, which maximizes direct radiation and minimizes other destructive effects. So radiation is a big deal. It's not just the boom, it's the radiation that's supposed to decay the land and make zombies come out of the ground. And if you ever seen the show Fallout, after nuclear winter, everybody's turned into zombies, and you got mutants, and you got giant scorpions and mole rats running around, and the dogs have 3 heads, and all this stuff. This is what we're told. This is what we're shown in movies, and we're supposed to be worried about this radiation, quote unquote, which is also a good way to make people afraid of nuclear energy, because things like Chernobyl could happen, and there could be a huge explosion and all this radiation, and the land would become inhabitable, and there'd be monsters there and all this stuff. That's what we're told. That's what we're told. But now let's pose the question: are nukes real? Are nukes real? Many think nukes do not exist. Forum. Historians have long debated the moral legitimacy of nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the Second World War. But Ward Wilson, author of 5 Myths About Nuclear Winters, senior fellow at BASIC, and director of the Rethinking Nuclear Weapons Project, argues that the bomb didn't force Japan to surrender, and that almost 70 years of nuclear weapons policy has been based on a myth. The scientist Marvin Minsky, who died in 2016, was one of the pioneers of the field of artificial intelligence, having founded the MIT AI lab in 1970. Since the 1950s, his work involved trying to uncover human thinking processes and replicate them in machines. I don't know what that has to do with it, but these are all videos. So we're going to watch a little bit of this guy's video.
Well, commitment. Moreover,
we're going to skip here.
70 years of
we're going to skip to 8 minutes in.
Japanese cities are
He's talking about the cities being bombed. Now, what he said, we're going to watch about 2 minutes of this, from 8 minutes to 10 minutes. But what he's talking about in this, I've watched the whole thing, is essentially that Japan was already planning on surrendering 72 hours before those bombs dropped, and that the bombs dropping had nothing to do with Japan's surrender. He also goes into depth about the damages done to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Did you know, and I think he's going to talk about it, I don't know if it's in this timestamp that I have right here, but he talks about it. Did you know Tokyo suffered more damages from bombings by the U.S. than both Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Hiroshima and Nagasaki weren't even that devastated. And we're going to look into that here shortly. How long did it take for it to be rehabitable? How long did it take for this radioactive radiation to decay? How long did that take? Did it take years? Is there creatures growing there? We'll look into all that here shortly, but let's listen to what this guy has to say. And that's not with nukes. That's with firebombing. That's with chemical bombs. And the argument is all a nuke is just a big chemical bomb. That chemical bombs make the same exact mushroom clouds. You can have little examples of those mushroom clouds. I think we have some videos that show that. So we did much more damage to Japan with simple regular bombs. But these two nukes, and they use words to control you. So this new bomb, this new horrible weapon of mass destruction, this nuclear missile is like something that's supposed to give kids nightmares and make you hide under your desk. So that's interesting. We're not going to watch that whole video, but you guys could check it out. Ward Wilson, The Myths of Hiroshima. But let's move on. So we talked about what nukes are, what the accepted narrative is, and then we talked about the claim. The claim: nukes are fake. Are nukes fake? This is the position that we're taking. Let's see some supporting stories. Stories that support this sort of thing. This is from Daily Beast. Interesting story. When the U.S. Air Force accidentally dropped an atomic bomb on South Carolina. Did you know about this? On March 11, 1958, the Gregg family was going about their business when a malfunction in a B-47 flying overhead caused the atomic bomb on board to drop to their South Carolina backyard. Given the history of nuclear proliferation throughout the 20th century, it seemed like a miracle that only 2 atomic bombs were ever deployed against human population. And it turns out it was a very lucky break. There is one part of atomic history that hasn't made the history books. Throughout the Cold War, the U.S. dropped several atomic bombs on unsuspecting people below, bombs that were multiple times more powerful than those dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of World War II. Rather than being acts of extreme aggression, these broken arrows, which means they were lost. We lost 6 nukes. There's 6 nukes that are just lost. They fell off a plane and now they're chilling in somebody's backyard. There's one chilling in the ocean and didn't blow up. Nobody got hurt. We're just dropping nukes left and right. Broken arrow, broken arrow. More powerful than these broken arrows as they became known. Did you guys see that movie with John Travolta and another guy who I can't remember his name? He wasn't as big as John Travolta. But anyway, there are pure accidents, explosive oopsies committed by the U.S. military against mostly U.S. citizens in what has been hailed as either luck or very proficient engineering of safety devices. None of the nuclear components on the falling bombs actually detonated. It's a near miss that one family in South Carolina was intimately familiar with. On that afternoon of Tuesday, March 11th, 1958, the Gregg family was going about their business, kids playing in the yard, parents puttering around the house, when a malfunction of B-47 caused the plane to drop the nuke in their backyard. Miraculously, the only lives lost that day were those of the family's free-roaming chickens. So we dropped a nuke in South Carolina, and it killed some chickens, guys. You can't really describe it. The noise was incredible. So, and there's actually 6 of these bombs that were dropped that were never found. Here's the 1961 Goldsboro B-52 crash from Wikipedia. The 1961 Goldsboro B-52 crash was an accident that occurred near Goldsboro, North Carolina. A Boeing B-52 Stratofortress carrying 2 3 to 4 megaton Mark 39 nuclear bombs broke up in midair, dropping its nuclear payload in the process. The pilot in command, Walter Scott Tulloch, ordered the crew to eject. 5 crewmen successfully ejected, bailed out the aircraft, and landed safely, but did not survive the landing. The 2 died in the crash. Information declassified in 2013 showed that one of the bombs came close to detonating, with 3 of the 4 required triggering mechanisms having activated. So we had a plane blow up and drop the bomb, and nobody got hurt. A bomb fell into a field. Second bomb plunged into a muddy field. 1 bomb descended by parachute. So we got bombs just dropping everywhere. Nobody got hurt. You don't really hear much about it. Interesting. Intriguing. And then we got this Hiroshima. Okay. So this is Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the long-term health effects. So this is what we're told. If a nuke drops, that land's going to be inhabitable. Nobody's going to be able to live there. The radiation is going to kill everybody. You're going to get sick if you go anywhere close to there. The land's done for. So if too many nukes drop, there's nowhere for people to live. Everybody's turning into a mutant. You better have bunkers underground and all that stuff. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the long-term health effects. What are the long-term health effects of the 2 atomic bombs dropped on human populations? So if we scroll down here, here's the blast radius, blast damage. Hiroshima. Also, the way that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, they were small islands. And these blasts only damages like 2 to 6 miles. There's like 2 to 6 mile large islands. And the way the land was, they dropped it in a valley so that it would stop the radiation from going out of the mountain range. Apparently, that's what we're told, because this radiation could spread everywhere. It just, could cause a tsunami that could wipe off the entire planet if we drop it too close to the water. Christian Slater, that's right, Jeff Hewitt. Travolta is gay now, I guess. Yeah, but that was a good movie. Take it up with HR, Dean. Dean, how's it going? I contacted Office because my account is being used by someone else. Got notified. I have to terminate my account because I didn't secure my account privacy. Dean, I contact Office because my account is being used by someone else. If you got an email that says your account was hacked and is being used by somebody else, the email is probably the virus or the scam. Don't click on those, because they're going to try to get your information and then they're going to hack you if that's what happened. But anyway, so there shouldn't be anybody living on Hiroshima or Nagasaki. But this says, Within the first few months after the bombing, between 90,000 and 166,000 people died in Hiroshima, while another 60,000 to 80,000 died in Nagasaki. Now, here's the thing. I'm not denying that people died. Yes, there were big bombs dropped all over Japan. Lots of people died. Lots of people died. That is true. I'm just saying that the nuke thing is just a way of controlling us with words, and that it was just a big bomb. So, and the radiation isn't what we've been told. So the radiation effects within the first few months, it says these people were dying. These deaths include those who died due to force and excruciating heat of the explosions, as well as death caused by acute radiation exposure. While these numbers represent imprecise estimates, due to the fact that this is unknown how many forced laborers and military personnel were present in the city, and that in many cases entire families were killed, leaving no one to report the deaths, statistics regarding the long-term effects have been even more difficult to determine. And this is the same thing we're going to see. I'm going to read you a story about dogs in Chernobyl. And again, it's going to say, yeah, people, they die there, but it could be because of other reasons. Our studies aren't really showing conclusively that it's due to the radiation. But if we scroll down, so perhaps the most reassuring of this is the view of the cityscapes themselves. Among some, there is unfounded fear that Hiroshima and Nagasaki are still radioactive. In reality, this is not true. Following a nuclear explosion, there are two forms of residual radioactivity. The first is the fallout of the nuclear material and fission products. Most of this was dispersed in the atmosphere or blown away by the wind. It just blows away in the wind. Though some did fall in the city as black rain, the level of radioactivity today is so low it can barely be distinguished from the trace amounts presence throughout the world as a result of atmospheric tests in the 1950s and 60s. The other form of radiation is neutron activation. Neutrons can cause non-radioactive materials to become radioactive when caught by atomic nuclei. However, since the bombs were detonated so far above the ground, there was very little contamination, especially in contrast to nuclear test sites such as those in Nevada. Also, that's another thing. I didn't pull up the stats for that. Do you know how many nukes we tested? Yes, we only dropped 2 on people, and then we accidentally dropped 6 of them in random places throughout the world. There's one still in the ocean that we're going to look at, I think, just chilling in the ocean. And but how many nukes did we test? In Nevada, America tested something like 1,100 nukes, and Russia has tested something like 1,000 nukes. So we've tested thousands. There's been thousands of nuclear explosions in Nevada, and Vegas is still popping with tourism. So if we keep reading, in fact, nearly all the induced radioactivity decayed within a few days of the explosion. And this is the facts that when you look into it, it takes 48 hours for all the radiation to dissipate. It's gone. It's gone. Today, the liveliness of the cities in Hiroshima and Nagasaki serves as a reminder not only of the human ability to regenerate, but also, well, I would think that nuclear radiation will give you regenerative properties too. You grow extra arms and stuff. But also the extent to which fear and misinformation can lead to incorrect expectations. After the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, many thought that any city targeted by an atomic weapon would become a nuclear wasteland. While the immediate aftermath of the atomic bombings was horrendous and nightmarish, with innumerable casualties, but not even as much as other cities that weren't nuked, the population of Hiroshima and Nagasaki did not allow their cities to become the sort of wasteland that some thought was inevitable. This experience can serve as a lesson in the present, when much of the public and even some of the governments have reacted radically to the accident in Fukushima. In the midst of tragedy, there remains hope for the future. So the radiation's not as bad as we're being told. And these organizations admit to that. Let's keep going. Radioactive decay. After the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings, residual radiation was left behind, but this declined rapidly. According to the city of Hiroshima local government website, research has indicated that 80% of residual radiation was emitted within 24 hours of the bombing. Within a day, 80% of the radiation was gone. Okay? Not 2 years, not 10 years, not 20 years. A day. Read my mind. Did you know that they used to test nukes just outside of Vegas? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Like 1,000 of them. So, and the Oppenheimer movie's coming out. I'm still gonna go watch the Oppenheimer movie. From Davidson Weissman Institute of Science, recovery time from a nuclear disaster. Chernobyl and Fukushima still remain uninhabitable to this day. However, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were rehabilitated after the atomic bomb attacks. Where did the differences stem from? I would speculate that there is no difference and that Chernobyl is actually inhabitable. Josh, how can you say that? You don't have any evidence. Oh, just wait. We got a story. Well, let's read what this is saying. The restoration process took approximately 2 years. 2 years, and the cities were popping again, which had dwindled to about 80,000 2 years after, and the city's population, which had dwindled to about 80,000 after the bombing, doubled in a short time. So it's not only inhabitable, but they're multiplying like rabbits over there. You'd think if anybody had to worry about a replacement rate, it would be somewhere where a nuke was just dropped, but no. Nope, they were making babies. Their population doubled in 2 years. The city was popping again. Quick. Until March 1946, the ruins were cleared and the buildings that were damaged but still standing underwent controlled demolition. So yeah, the buildings were dilapidated and falling apart. They had to fix all that. But it wasn't the radiation that was the problem. Okay. They rebuilt the city and doubled the population from its 80,000 quick like. Okay. The restoration of Nagasaki was slower due to financial difficulties and did not start until 46. The city changed dramatically following the explosion, and new buildings were constructed, including civilian factories that replaced the military-industrial buildings that were destroyed. That's based. Eventually, by the mid-1950s, the two cities returned to the same size they were in 1945. So within 5 years, well, let's say 10 years, mid-1950s, within 10 years, both cities were back to normal. Back to normal. No radiation. But yet Hiroshima and Fukushima, these nuclear reactors that blow up, that area is uninhabitable, and that's destructive, and we can't possibly live there because of the radiation. This is all just fear-mongering to prevent us from having nuclear energy. They don't want us to have nuclear energy. They want us to spend a bunch of money on windmills that are killing all the birds and the whales and ugly and rotting, and you can't bury the blades. I learned all that from Trump. They want us to have the dang windmills and the solar panels. God forbid we get on France's level and get us a dang nuclear reactor, and then we wouldn't have to worry about this energy. It's also the cleanest energy. But all the radiation. We got to be afraid of the radiation. So, since we're just talking about Fukushima and all that, here's a story from Fox from last month. Dogs of Chernobyl. First ever genetics deep dive into their genetic behaviors. Let's watch this video. There's gonna be an ad. We'll read while the ad. There are actually packs of dog families living in and around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant site, and their lineage is believed to be generational, according to receipt. So not only did the dogs are living there, but they're having multiple generations of families. Let's watch this. Over 200 dogs in the beginning of 2017. I can't read it. Okay. The goal of the study is to eventually understand the secrets in their DNA. Could help people better understand how to survive in such a hostile environment. Let me give you a hint, guys. There's no secret. They're just dogs. There's no secret in their DNA that makes them safe in radioactive Chernobyl. The secret is that it's just normal place. You're scared of nothing.
You know, dogs are large mammals, right? And they very much reflect many of the things about us are, you know, the food we eat, our exercise habits, our sleep habits, you know, many of the things which go into our own health status. And so, well, you know, it's one thing to study rodents or voles or mice or things like that. It's a completely different thing to study large animals that are living with us. I mean, these dogs do interact with the power plant workers. They are fed by the workers.
Cooling towers are one of the safest way to produce energy.
You know, not like our pets here at home, but nevertheless, they do live in this interactive way. So it was really
right. It's too early to determine if there are significant genetic differences between dogs that live in and around the power plant today compared to those that lived there 3 years ago. So enough of this lady. I'm going to read the article. She's basically just saying what's in the article. The dogs have continued to live and propagate in some well-defined regions like the nuclear power plant area. We've never had another opportunity to gather this kind of information. Why dogs? So that she just talked about that. It's one thing to study rodents or voles or mice. The dogs are closer to human size, so they can study them better. But then we see, are Chernobyl dogs evolving faster? The answer, which is similar to many questions related to novel studies, is yes and no. So in other words, we don't have an answer. But according to Mousseau, the confusion surrounding some other headlines about this study may be because people have a finite definition of the word evolution. Evolution simply means change. It just means change through time. There's a big difference between evolution per se and adaptation in the sense of Darwinian evolution. Yeah, they're not evolving. They're just adapting. And I'd argue they're not even really adapting. Dogs of Chernobyl involved in this study did show some evidence of genetic changes over the past 37 years since the disaster, and that's a form of evolution. Another thing to note is the change seen in these dogs has yet to be directly linked to radiation caused by the 1986 disaster. They also talk about how the dogs have a fairly short lifespan, but then they say we don't actually know if that's because of the radiation either. It could be a lot of them die in the winter because it gets cold due to exposure, due to lack of food. There's a lot of, stray dogs living in this one area competing. So they die fairly quick. They die like 4 years instead of 10 years. They're not being pampered in a house. These are stray dogs living out in the weather, in the environment. And they're saying, they have shorter than average lifespan of dog, but we don't even know if it's because of the radiation. So, total of 15 families were identified. Families pretty much stayed in their chosen areas. There wasn't much variation, so they're not mutating. They're not some crazy four-eyed dogs or anything like that. I've read the whole thing, but I'm not going to read it all to you guys, but you can go read it. The breed of dogs that were most prevalent were ancestors of the German Shepherd, Alpine, and related breeds such as St. Bernards and even Rottweilers. The most recent breed, however, was the Russian Hound. Quality of life. We'll read this one, and then that'll be the end of this article. Many volunteers and residents near the Chernobyl power plant continue to feed and care for the dogs. So there are people who go there and feed these dogs, and those people are fine too. And this includes healthcare and population control, meaning they kill some of the dogs too. Sterilization methods have been implemented. The people are doing more harm to these dogs than the dang radiation. The dogs are just chilling there, and then these damn scientists come and do a bunch of tests on them and sterilize them and do population control on these dogs. Not that I care, they're dogs. I don't really care, but I think it's funny that the scientists are probably killing more dogs than the radiation is. Maybe that's why they have a shorter lifespan. Sterilization methods have been implemented so the dogs don't completely overrun the area. But another thing to know is that these dogs stay in this area don't live particularly long lives. The average lifespan of the dogs of the Chernobyl power plant site is anywhere between 3 to 4 years on average. And because of this, these dogs don't live long enough to truly see the lasting impacts of possible radiation sickness. We're living in this type of... So the dogs die early due to other reasons, and they don't live long enough to really see any effects of radiation. So we can't really say that it's a bad thing. Our studies are inconclusive. While many dogs who were analyzed did have doses of radiation, whether it was in their fur or somewhere more insidious, such as being embedded in their teeth or bones, it is unclear if radiation is the cause of their short lives or just a culmination of factors. Usually it's predators coming in, or they get hit by a car, the usual dog mortality events, freezing in the winter, exposure to the elements, probably the main cause of mortality in this area, combined with scientists sterilizing them and chopping them up to do experiments. Despite this, the dogs of Chernobyl have lived fairly sustainable life and have clearly decided they aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Both Morceau and Ostrander hope to continue looking for dogs' behaviors and complete their study on the long-term impacts of this type of hostile environment can have on their health, and in turn, learn whether or not the results could reveal similar outcomes for humans. We will continue exploring it as each discovery raises new questions and new hypotheses. So Tim and I are very much in for the long haul, blah, 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 blah. So dogs are chilling in Chernobyl, guys. Dogs are over there in Chernobyl just hanging out. and they're fine. And they're not dying from radiation. They're dying from scientists and weather and other dogs and car accidents. So, or instinct or adaptation. Isn't adapting a part of evolving, even having a non-seen? Yeah, I disagree. I say adaptation is different than evolution, but Darwinian evolutionists would say adaptation is a part of evolution. It's what they would call microevolution as opposed to macroevolution. I don't believe in microevolution or macroevolution. I do believe in adaptation, because adaptation is simply like, if I grew up in Florida, right? And it was hot in Florida. But I lived there all the time, so I got used to the heat. Then I came to Utah, live in Utah for 10 years, and at first, if it snowed, oh man, I could not do the snow. I could not do the cold. Now, every year, it's like I get more and more adapted to the cold and to the thinner air and to the altitude, that I'm chilling. When it's cold, it's not as bad for me anymore. But when I went back and visited Florida a couple years ago, oh my God, I was dying. I walked out the front door sweating, shirt soaked the instant I walk out the door, the humidity, trying to walk echo for my mom. I'm in Florida. Oh my God, why is it so hot? I can't believe that. I'm freaking out. I wanted to go fishing. I wanted to go camping. I did go fishing. I didn't go camping when I was in Florida, but I wanted to. But I was like, it's just so hot. It's just so hot. So that's adaptation. You get used to things. And yes, if I move to Africa, even if I have a white wife, and me and my white wife move to Africa, and we have children, and our children's children, well, let's, for this experiment, to prove this experiment, and I believe this, we'd have to have two couples, because we don't want to have incest going on. But to control for variables, we can't have my children getting with a native African, because then that would affect the outcomes of the experiment. The kid would come out darker, of course, because if a white kid gets with if a black and a white person get together, their kid's going to be in the middle probably. And if that kid gets with another black person, that kid's going to get darker and darker. So if we control for that variable, let's say me and my wife are white, and then we have two friends, him and his wife, and they're white, and the four of us go to Africa, and then our kids have kids together, and then their kids have kids together, and their kids have kids together. Okay? So now there's no incest involved, and there's no race mixing involved. Regardless, if you control for those variables, 10 generations from now, those kids are going to have darker skin. Those kids are going to be almost black. Why? Because of relation to the equator, where they are on the equator, geographic location, climate, these things. That's adaptation. So, but the gene for dark skin is already in all of us. The gene for light skin is already in all of us. It's just which genes are dominant and recessive. So, assuming genes are real, which I'm not even sure about it, but that's the way adaptation works. It's based off climate. It's based off the position of the sun in relation to the earth, how hot it is, the weather, things like being stronger and being able to run faster. That has to do with the predators, probably. Could have to do with the fact that you're hunting and living in the desert. You got lions out there that you got to run from. You're going to develop stronger legs, but that's not an evolution. All that is already in your genes. If you go work out, you'll get stronger. And if you get real strong and big, your kid's probably going to be a little stronger. And then your kid gets big and strong and has a kid. That kid's probably going to come out bigger. That's adaptation, but that's not evolution, because there's never new information introduced. All that stuff is already in our genetic code. It's just what presents itself as dominant or recessive, and that's activated based on where you live in the world. Pretty much is all it comes down to. That's why I don't care about race and all that stuff. I care more about ideas than race and what people look like physically and physical attributes and stuff like that. I care more about culture and languages and ideas and right from wrong than I do about your skin color, your squinty eyes, or how short or tall you are, or how, things like that. But anyway, this isn't an evolution discussion, but good question, Dean. Let's keep going. Got a couple more articles here. So yeah, we talked about this earlier. The U.S. is missing 6 nuclear weapons. Fact, the longest missing nuclear weapon hasn't been seen in 71 years, and it is unlikely it'll be found anytime soon. Guys, it's like a treasure. How much do you think that thing's worth? Let's go find this nuke. They're just nukes out there. Did you know there's like treasure nukes just laying around somewhere? The 1996 John Woo film Broken Arrow features a quite memorable line uttered by character actor Frank Whaley. I don't know what's scarier, losing nuclear weapons or that it happens so often there's actually a term for it. In fact, the term broken arrow does refer to the loss of a nuclear weapon, and it has happened more than once. Between 1950 and 1918, there have been 32 documented nuclear weapon accidents. There's just nuclear weapon accidents, guys. Come on, it's just a nuclear weapon accident. There's been 32 of them in 30 years. To date, 6 U.S. nuclear weapons have been lost and shockingly never recovered. We've lost a lot more than 6, but they found most of them. One of them killed a chicken. Below, you'll find a breakdown of the situations that led to this shocking statistic. The longest missing nuclear weapon hasn't been seen in 71 years. So, hold on. Let's turn this off. It was lost February 13th, 1950. The B-36 bomber conducting a mock nuclear strike was en route from Elson Air Force Base in Alaska to Carswell Air Force Base in Texas when it developed engine trouble. Not wanting to crash with a nuclear warhead, the crew was ordered to drop its 30-kiloton Mark IV Fat Man bomb into the Pacific Ocean. So we just dropped the bomb in the Pacific Ocean. According to the official report, the bomb didn't contain the plutonium core necessary for a nuclear detonation, but it still contained a substantial amount of uranium. So we had one lost in 1958 during a simulated combat mission near Savannah, Georgia. We're doing simulated combat missions with nukes on the planes. Stubborn One was telling me one about the door wouldn't open or something. Then they just like drop the bomb. It's not like someone has a child and when they turn 10, they start turning to an ant or fly. I know what you're saying. Why were Adam and Eve born in their 20s? Because they weren't born. They were created by God. They didn't come through the womb. They probably didn't have belly buttons either because they didn't have umbilical cords. That's that old riddle. Two humans were found frozen in ice somewhere, and the scientists knew instantly that they were Adam and Eve. How did they know? And the answer is they didn't have belly buttons. They weren't born through the womb. They were created by God. Anyway, so yeah, lots of nukes been lost. A lot of them never been found. Interesting. The Tybee bomb, Tybee Island midair collision was an incident on February 5th, 1958, in which the United States Air Force lost a 7,600-pound Mark 15 nuclear bomb in the waters off Tybee Island near Savannah, Georgia. So North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, the Pacific Ocean, we're just dropping nukes everywhere, guys. I'd like to find one. Might be worth some money. Retired from ABC, retired officer finds lost H-bomb. Duke and his partner zeroed in on a spot off Tybee Island where the radiation readings were suspiciously high. So they're just finding bombs. And last, we'll reiterate the point one more time, and then we'll do some Bible thumping with some verses that aren't really relevant. But just to reiterate my point that, God casts out all fear, doubt, and worry. We're not supposed to be scared of nukes. There is no amount of nukes that is going to destroy the earth. I don't believe that we have the capability to build anything that could destroy the entire planet in one shot. I don't think so. I don't think if every nuke fired at the same time, I don't think the world would be destroyed. I think God decides when it's time for the world to end, and it will be with fire, but it's not going to be from nuclear winter. It's not going to be from nuclear war. He could just make the planet explode. He could make hell come out onto the surface, make, the core just start pouring, just all the demons and the Nephilim and the giants and the dragons and the behemoth and the Leviathan just come out from Agartha and they just take over the planet. There's fire and destruction. I think something like that, God could make that happen, but a nuke is not going to take out the whole planet. So before we get into the Bible verses about the pillar of fire, I'll reiterate one more time. Illuminati hoax, Nuclear bombs do not exist. Hiroshima aftermath disclaimer. I reserve judgment. 10 countries in total have claimed to have nuclear weapons, and this is actually the scary part of the hoax, showing how major world governments collude. By Brabantine. Quite seriously, nuclear weapons have never existed. Hiroshima, and this is from henrymacau.com. Just this isn't like a big website, so allegedly, YouTube. We're just having fun here. I reserve judgment. I'm skeptical of the nukes. Quite seriously, nuclear weapons have never existed. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were only two more horrible urban napalm fire bombings. Less devastating, in fact, than the one that hit Tokyo 5 months earlier, but repackaged with a fake story of a new awesome weapon. August 6th and 9th, 1945 began the biggest hoax in history, helping oligarchs steal trillions from hapless taxpayers. Before detailing how Hiroshima was a fraud, consider that the mushroom cloud we associate with nuclear blasts is an ordinary result of chemical explosions, as you see in the above photos when factories exploded. I don't see the above photos. You don't have any above photos. What are you talking about? Where was I? I lost my place. Oh, the old nuclear explosion photos and films were often obviously fake when examined now with modern tools, mixing a chemical explosion image with a background. The devastation you see in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where indeed tens and hundreds of thousands died or more, horrifically maimed, is exactly like in Tokyo or other Japanese firebomb cities because houses were mostly wood. Swedish engineer, that's like the nuke videos that they show that I was showing earlier, the videos of the nukes. They'll have these towns, and then they'll put a nuke, and you think maybe the nuke's 100 miles away. No, the nuke is like a football field away. And they detonate the nuke, and they have this fake mock town set up where the walls, where there's no structure, there's no support. It's like plywood houses, a big 2-story plywood house with no interior, and then it blasts away, and you're like, whoa, it tore, look at how it tore through that house. That house was made of like styrofoam. They just put up, it's like in Call of Duty, Nuketown, all the houses are just empty, and they're just like plywood houses. Okay, the people aren't real. It's just a freaking cardboard cutout of a person that goes flying. Swedish engineer Anders, born 1946, has worked to expose the nuclear weapons hoax for years, arguing they are technically impossible. Napalm. U.S. and World War II allies began chemical napalm attacks in July 1944 on the Tinian Islands, but soon escalated to destroying entire cities, with the biggest killing over 100,000 with napalm and destroying 41 square kilometers in Tokyo on the night of 9 and 10th of March 1945. The horror of that Tokyo night, which seemed to make a great city, and you don't hear about this. I didn't know. I never knew until I started looking into this for the show that Tokyo sustained more damage than both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I didn't know that. You don't hear about that. All we're told about is the nukes, the nukes, the nukes, the nukes. So, the horror of that Tokyo night would seem to make a great city just evaporate, embolden the USA to pull off the nuclear weapons hoax. First, with the 16th July Trinity nuclear test explosion. Trinity, that's interesting. And then the August 6th and 9th respective fire bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Alexander Deservsky, in youth an ace pilot for Russia's Tsarist Navy, immigrated to the U.S. and became involved in the military aviation there. He visited Hiroshima and Nagasaki shortly after the nuke blast, talking to witnesses, and in a Reader's Digest article in February 1946, led on between the lines that the nuclear weapons were fake. He avoided saying so directly, but pointed out that, to my surprise, Hiroshima looked exactly like all the other burned-out cities of Japan. Directly under Ground Zero, Seversky saw buildings structurally intact, topped by undamaged flagpoles, lightning rods, railings, signs, and other comparatively fragile objects. I could find no traces of unusual phenomenon. It simply is not true that matter was vaporized. Tree trunks and walls with growing vines disproved the claims of superheat. It was fire, just fire, that took such high toll of life. German Jesuit Reverend John Siemens, an eyewitness in Hiroshima, documented local witnesses reporting multiple planes spreading incendiary material, the classical firebombing. Japanese survivor stories confirm as well that it was firebombing horror. However, officially, Japan goes along with the nuke bomb hoax as they must. The smoking gun came a few years ago when World War II air combat logs were exposed, showing that on Hiroshima bombing day, a USA 66 airplane fleet, a typical size for urban napalm firebombing, was sent out to bomb Imabari, Japan that day. But tiny Imabari no longer existed, wiped out in 2 previous firebombing raids on the 26th of April and the 8th of May. This log entry covered for the bombing fleet Hiroshima about 55 kilometers away, a target which was not to be disclosed under penalty of death. A 1990 medical study of Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors and their descendants found no noticeable genetic damage or cancer increases, etc., of the type we are led to expect from devastating nuclear bomb radiation. Illustrating how ridiculous nuclear weapons became, here is an early 1960s video of the U.S. President's brother Robert Kennedy viewing a nuclear weapons blast while sitting in a chair a short distance downrange in a folding chair, watching detonation of a small 30-kilogram or so nuclear bomb in an artillery shell. Let's play this. Private video. Sign in? Sign in with what? YouTube? Hold on a second. I wanted to watch this video, but it's... What do you mean, YouTube? I'm always signed in. Oh, it's because I'm on incognito. How do I open this not in incognito? Move tab to a new window. Close tabs. Here, we'll do this. We'll copy the address. Bring it over here. Bring this over here. Go YouTube. And we'll go boom. The Age of Earth. Kent Hovind seminar. How to get... it's not... Man, is this video gone? I don't know if we're going to be able to watch this one, guys. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it. Give me a moment. Huh. It's not working. Robert Kennedy watches nuke from a chair. Was it Robert Kennedy? Ah, the video's nowhere to be found. The video's nowhere to be found. All right. Well, unfortunately, we can't get that one. U.S. President brother Robert Kennedy viewing a nuclear weapons blast while sitting in a chair. I can't get the video. YouTube scrubbed it. YouTube scrubbed it. That means it's true, probably. 10 countries in total have claimed to have nuclear weapons, and this is actually the scary part of the hoax, showing how major world governments collude. First to join was Stalin's Soviet Union, secretly propped up by the profit-seeking U.S. military machine, which, as Anthony Sutton exposed long ago, wished to have the best enemy money can buy. Here, briefly, the history of nuclear weapons hoaxes. So, 1945, USA has nuclear bombs. 1949, Commie Russia has the bomb. Soviet elites got permanent rewards for playing along. 1952, UK, Brits, and City of London don't want to be second class. UK has the bomb. 1960, France chafes not to be second class to Brits. France and de Gaulle have the bomb. These are all headlines. China, 1964, China upgraded to Major League. Commie China has the bomb. China only has 300 nukes, though. Remember, supposedly America and Russia have the most. Joe Biden's in control of 5,400 nukes. Just remember, keep repeating that, guys. That's the funniest part of this whole thing. Joe Biden is in control of 5,400 nukes. So either nukes are not as destructive as we're being told, or they gave this idiot control of the most destructive force in the world. 1966, Israel joins the club in time to blackmail the Arabs in 1967 and 1973 wars. Jews have the bomb and are ready to Samson option everybody. 1974, India even gives joke names to its bomb program, Smiling Buddha. India has the bomb. South Africa, while white apartheid government gets to play, white racist South Africa has the bomb ready to kill black people, but dismantles bombs before Mandela and the black government can find out about the scam. 1998, Pakistan becomes a player. Pakistani Muslims have the bomb and terrorists might get a hold of it. 2006, North Korea, always making deals, gets to upgrade. Crazy North Korea has the bomb. As the New World Order looms, they have begun to wind down the hoax. The UN already working to abolish all nuclear weapons. The Pope will likely be in Jerusalem smiling with pride about helping eliminate what never existed. Wow. Oh, yeah. And the Vatican knows about it. Certainly. So in conclusion, we'll read this and that'll be it. And then we'll do our Bible thumping. Certainly nuclear power is real, as well as dangers of radioactive poisoning, etc. Now, see, this, I don't even know if that's real, because what we've just shown is that, yes, nuclear power is real, but the dangers of radioactive poisoning, maybe if you're like directly right next to it, but I mean, the dogs are chilling in Chernobyl. From things such as depleted uranium, tank-piercing weapons made with byproducts of nuclear fuel production, nuclear testing can be some combination of conventional explosives, chemicals, and nuclear fuel material, making craters and the boom recorded by seismographs. It is unclear how much nuclear hardware is real, such as ICBM missiles or the bombs on carts you see soldiers wheeling around in photos such as this one. Are these out-of-shape people really soldiers or just actors? Tough women handling these heavy bombs. So, yeah, look at these people. We got the nuke. Hey, come on, Janice. We got the nuke. All right, Steve. Tough women handling these heavy bombs. Supposedly, the USA has made over 70,000 nuclear weapons, with less than 15% of them still existing. How were they dismantled is another foggy secret. The terror of nuclear weapons achieved many ends. Trillions of taxpayer funds diverted in 10 nuclear weapons nations straight into the pockets of arms profiteers and their political friends. Stoking strategy of tension, fright of foreign enemies who can supposedly kill your entire society and the whole world, and this well before climate change. Nuclear weapons fear was created just as much as the Western world walked away from the Christianity after World War II. With people no longer fearing eternal hell, alleged science supplied this new fear of total destruction and horror to serve as a psychological control tool, a perfect oligarch game. That's based. That's deep. I don't care who you are. That's deep. And that's all I got. That's all the stuff I got on the fake nukes. What do you guys think? Let me know in chats. Let me know in the chat. What do you think of the nukes? But before we're done, we're going to do some Bible thumping. I got some verses. Here's a quote. 4 billion people depend on nuclear deterrence, either directly or indirectly, for their security. I forget who that quote's by, but that's a quote. See, one way or the other, they have made us dependent on nukes. Whether we're relying on the nukes for the security of our nation, or we're fearing of the threat of these other nuclear-powered nations, one way or the other, it's a false sense of security or it's a false fear. Either way, it's a false flag, and don't be misled. Don't be misled. You got to be skeptical. You got to ask the questions. We're going to do a little Bible thumping to wrap up the show. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Man, we burned through this show today, guys. We burned through this show. Amazing, Josh. Thank you, Stubborn One. And everybody thanks Stubborn One. He's the one who sent me a lot of that information. I found a little bit of it on my own, but for the most part, that was all from him. We've talked about this a lot before, and I've been saying I was going to do my bit on it. And it's pretty interesting. It's way more interesting than flat Earth. It's way more interesting than flat Earth, if you ask me. And you can't tell me that nukes are real, because unless you've personally watched a nuke go off and you've experienced radiation poisoning, you've seen the results and blah, 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 personally, you can't tell me I'm wrong, right? It's not observable. And they're calling this whole idea revisionist history. But how do we know that this isn't just history? Just because history is revisioned isn't always bad. So when I know I always argue with Freddie about revisionist history is bad and blah, blah, blah. That specific revisionist history, that Afrocentric stuff, that's bad revisionist history. But some revisionist history is not actually revisionist. It's actually just true history. It actually doesn't even need a prerequisite. It's simply history. It's just history. Okay? And that means everything that they told us before was not history. It was a lie. So if they've been telling us a lie and we find the truth and we start pushing the truth on people, that's not revisionist history. That's just history. Okay? Because it's true. Everything else was a lie. So don't always fall for the terms they use when they say this is revisionist history. Well, no, maybe it's not. There's a difference. But yeah, you gotta be skeptical of this stuff. So let's look up what was I pulling up my phone for? I forgot what I was about to. If you moderated worse, I'd be out of here. Good job with your debate moderation. Great show. Thank you, man, Godson. Don't leave yet. Excuse me. I'm out of water. Got a frog in my throat. All right, we're going to wrap up with some Bible thumping. Of course, there's no Bible verses directly relating to nuclear missiles. But again, like I said, I don't believe that God decides when the Earth's going to be destroyed. So let's look at, we'll just go in order. We'll go Leviticus 6, 11 to 13. I don't have my bookmarks, so we're going to have to find it. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. My book keeps closing. Leviticus 6, 11 through 13. Open up your Bibles. And he shall put off, this is the law of trespass offerings in Leviticus. Leviticus is a book of laws, 11 through 13. And he shall put off his garments and put on other garments and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it. It shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning and lay the burnt offering in order upon it. And he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace of the offering. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar. It shall never go out. So this is talking about, this is when I always talk about the pillar of fire. God says he's not going to destroy the world with water again. It's not going to be another great flood. It's going to be a pillar of fire. It's going to be fire rained down from the sky like Sodom and Gomorrah. But that was fire and brimstone. This is a pillar of fire. So in the examples where we see the pillar of fire, this was, I think, Moses and them when they were in the wilderness. They had an altar, and they would have to put an altering on it, and there was a constant pillar of fire coming down from the sky. And they followed a cloud. They followed a cloud by day, and then they followed a pillar of fire by night. And then they would make their altar, and they would put the offerings, and this constant pillar of fire would be burning up the offerings. That was the pillar of fire of God. And it's kind of like when you see the picture of the nuke, and you see that you see the mushroom cloud at the top, right? But you see like a stem. It almost looks like a tree of life and a tree of death. The mushroom cloud looks like a tree. I think that's actually a representation. It's in our minds as a scary thing because we know when we see that, we see the power of God. We see the power of man, but man is pursuing God. Man is trying to be God. So it's like a Tower of Babel thing or space travel or trying to push the limits. AI, Neuralink, all these things are man's proclivity to want to make himself a god. Well, it's the same thing with these giant weapons of mass destruction, quote unquote, nuclear missiles, these big explosive devices. And if it isn't big enough to destroy the world, they'll convince the masses that it is big enough to destroy the world and able to in order to control them with fear. That image of that pillar of fire, it puts fear into people. The reason it puts fear into people is because you're seeing the power of God. You're seeing man try to recreate the power of God, and we can get close, but that mushroom cloud is nothing. That's like a little ant compared to a human as the pillar of God that he'll rain down on the earth. It's gonna look like a nuke times 800 trillion. It's gonna be just fire everywhere. So let's go two more verses. Isaiah 4, 5 through 6. I always have a hard time finding Isaiah. It's like hidden. It's after Psalms, after Proverbs. It's easy to remember if you just remember that it's after Proverbs, because Proverbs is always in the middle. If you want to find Proverbs, simply open your Bible to the middle. Find about the center and open it. Oh, I landed on Jeremiah. Usually, if you open to the center of a Bible, you'll be in Proverbs. But I got on Jeremiah. Isaiah's after Proverbs. We're going to go to Isaiah 4, 5, and 6. Isaiah 4, 5, and 6. And the Lord will create upon every dwelling place of Mount Zion and upon her assemblies a cloud and smoke by day and the shining of a flaming fire by night. For upon all the glory shall be a defense, and there shall be a tabernacle for a shadow in the daytime from the heat, and for a place of refuge, and for a covenant from storm and from rain. So basically, that pillar of fire, when God really brings down that pillar of fire with wrath, if you don't have the tabernacle, if you're not in the temple, your body's your temple. If you're not one with God and your body's not your temple, you're going to have no place of refuge to hide from it. You're going to be wiped out. So, and then let's jump to one last verse in Revelation, of course, Revelation 29, which I have highlighted. I've done this verse before. Oh no, that's 21:9. So Revelation 29. This is about Satan being bound. Revelations 20, chapter 20, verse 9. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the breadth of the earth. Breadth implies round. Breadth implies round. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints about in the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. And that's Revelation. So we hear about how the pillar of fire helped them. It helped the Moses and the chosen people. It helped them. And then we get a warning in Isaiah, the book of prophecy. We get a warning in Isaiah to watch out, build yourself a tabernacle to protect you from the fire, from the pillar of fire. And then in Revelation, the book of Revelation, we see, and they went up to the breadth of the earth and encompassed the camp of the saints about in the beloved city, and the fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. That's the nuke you need to be worried about. If nukes are real, God's the only one who's got a hold of them. It's not 10 countries. It's not no globalist powers. It's nothing we need to be worried about and throwing money at. It's a fear-mongering tactic in order to control people. The true fire, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong if God's the one fear-mongering you with a threat of his wrath, bringing down a pillar of fire and burning up everybody. That's a good thing. That's a good type of fear. That's a good type of fear-mongering. God can fear-monger. God can fear-monger you. It's okay. That's a good fear. That's a reverence. But being afraid of men and being afraid of nukes from men created by men, no. That's a deception. That's a trick. You don't got to worry about it, guys. But that's it. That's it. That's everything that I got to talk about, you guys. Talk about the nukes, the fake nukes.
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education. Bro.
Thank you, Stubborn One. Thank you, sir. Let's stop recording. I can make a video. I'll make a little video out of that. I recorded it. We'll edit it up, add some effects and some explosions. But yeah, thanks for the idea, Stubborn One. That was a good topic. I like that. Damn, whoever burning that fire got something strong. Then what is a true prophecy? A prophecy is like foretell. It's like guessing the future. It's like telling the future, saying this is something that's going to happen. I've had a vision or I've had a revelation, and prophesizing on what's going to happen in the future. A true prophecy is one that comes true. So if I say tomorrow is going to be nuclear, nuclear war is going to begin tomorrow, and Russia's going to nuke us, and America's going to nuke China, and everybody's going to start sending their nukes, and we're going to go into nuclear winter. It's the apocalypse, and it begins tomorrow. And then tomorrow that doesn't happen, then I'm a false prophet. I'm a liar, and the truth is not in me, and I should have never claimed to be a prophet. So that's why I would never claim to be a prophet. I'll speculate, I'll throw out some conjecture. But if I'm ever saying, I'll say we're heading this way, or I'll look around me and I'll say all these things are happening. This is a slippery slope. It's going to lead to this and this and this, or I try to say it could lead to this and this and this. But the future doesn't exist. I'm not a prophet. I'm not going to try to tell you the future and what's for sure going to happen. We'll just speculate, have some fun with it, and hope that we're wrong about all the things that, you know, if I were claiming to be a prophet, there are a lot of things that I could say I think are going to happen in the future, and they probably will happen. And I hope we're wrong. I hope they don't happen. But if I go saying I'm a prophet and this is for sure going to happen and it doesn't happen, then I'm a false prophet. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. So a true prophecy is a prophecy that comes true. Kind of a circular definition, but you know what true means and you know what prophecy means now. So yeah. Thanks, Dean. You always be the one ship champ, bro. Nice. All right, guys. What time is it? We made it till 10. Made it till 10. Good 4-hour show. Let me see if I got I wish I could find this video of Kennedy sitting in a chair watching the nuke. What's inside America's abandoned nuclear sites from Vice? I don't care about that. Robert Kennedy watches nuke test. Underwater RFK at Davy Crockett M388 test. Oh yeah, this is it. This is also in the movie Oppenheimer. I've seen it in the previews.
The significance of this operation was recognized throughout our military establishment. Key representatives from all the services and other interested agencies were invited to observe this historic event, a critical first for the Army. The President was represented by close personal advisors. Prior to the exercise, the observers were oriented on the salient characteristics of the Davy Crockett system and on the overall scheme of maneuver they would witness. The countdown for the firing of the nuclear round.
Look at
was
that.
under control of
That
the
looks
Defense
fake.
Atomic Support
Look, this looks like this looks so goofy. Come on now.
Agency.
This is propaganda. U.S. propaganda.
Safety measures for the exercise were supervised by the Chief Safety Officer.
They got that video, how to identify propaganda. I'm seeing it right now. I'm seeing American propaganda right here. Look at that goofy guy.
At H-5 minutes, all troops were ordered to take cover in previously prepared trenches. At H-3 minutes, all observers put on high-density goggles.
Oh, you gotta wear sunglasses, guys.
Of the burst
It's like the eclipse. You gotta wear sunglasses.
to avoid retinal burns. At H-2 minutes, green star clusters were fired as the final warning before the detonation.
Yo, the government's dropping nukes all over the place on accident. I would not want to be sitting on a test site to watch a demonstration. What if they're off? What if they drop it just a little bit off timing and it lands right on the people? But I actually don't think, based off the previews of the movie Oppenheimer, I don't think it was actually a plane that flew over. They built like a tower and they had it up in the tower and they just dropped it.
The round was launched at H-17 seconds to accomplish H-hour impact on the desired ground zero.
Oh, I guess maybe they launched it from a tank. We got tanks that shoot nukes in 1960s.
At a range of 2,852 meters.
Wait, I thought they had to be in B-52 and B-45 bombers. They just said this is a nuke that they shot from a tank in 1960, and RFK is just chilling in a little chair with some sunglasses on, gonna watch it.
The round was set for a low height of burst. It detonated perfectly, releasing its lethal radiation.
What was that?
Like any other nuclear weapon, the Davy Crockett gives off three basic effects.
What was that?
Heat, blast, and nuclear radiation.
That's it?
By far, the most significant effect is its deadly initial nuclear radiation.
Bro, I made fireworks bigger than that.
The significance of this operation was recognized throughout our military establishment.
What? That was it? I've played with fireworks in my backyard. Bigger explosion than that. What the heck? And since when do we have tanks that can fire nuclear missiles in 1964? What is going on? What the heck? That was underwhelming. Yeah. What the heck? I want my money back. I want my money back. Really? That was it? Wow. How to Recognize Propaganda, a Cold War education film. This is pretty
To the
funny.
people of Korea, the communists say you are cold-blooded murderers who
You guys should watch that if you haven't watched it yet. The Best Film Archives, How to Recognize Propaganda. Dang. One of the nukes that was accidentally dropped has a hilarious story to it. Is that the one where you were telling me where the doors wouldn't open or something? Weren't you telling me a story about they were in like the drop bay and the doors wouldn't open, so the guy had to do something to get it to drop? Regardless, whatever it is, the bomb is big. That was not a big bomb. That was not a I mean, there wasn't really a size comparison. I didn't see how close the people were sitting to it, where they had to wear their sunglasses, but it was very underwhelming. Too many games getting played in this place. Oh yeah, we're playing the games. Let's see. I thought I had a song to play us out. One more song. Maybe not. Oh, we got Lose My Mind video. I haven't heard that yet, so we'll watch that to play us out here in a second. Let's hang out with chat for a little while. Several convenient malfunctions with the aircraft, and then when the crewman tried to fix it, he used the release handle to climb it and dropped the bomb. Yeah, that's the story you told me. He just accidentally dropped the bomb, a nuke on some place. That's crazy. What the world does? Oh yeah. Well, all you can do is just be aware, be observant, observe what's going on around you, pay attention. Don't fear, don't doubt, don't worry, don't stress out too much about it. Just pay attention and observe, and always hear both sides of things. Never just take the first. Never just take the first explanation that you hear for any news story, any event, any political, or same with religion. Same thing with with anything. With anything you hear from somebody, don't just believe it because even if you trust the person, you know, and it's not disrespectful. If I tell you something, I'm not going to feel disrespected if you don't just believe it because I said it. I would encourage you to not just believe it because I said it. In fact, some of these things I don't even know if I believe it. Like, I don't know if I actually know if dinosaurs built the pyramids. I don't know if I actually believe that nukes are fake. I don't know. But we're looking at it. We're looking at it. We're observing it. We're figuring it out, trying to figure out where we stand and keeping an open mind and all that stuff. But, don't believe it just because I said it. You got to dig into it. Robbie was trying to call me. You missed a call from Robbie 2 minutes today at 8:30. Robbie, I didn't know you were calling me. I need to get the ring turned on so I can hear when it rings. And negate this skill for the turn. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Remember that game of Dragon Ball I was playing the other night? And I said that guy shouldn't have been able to do that thing to me that he did? Oh my gosh. We both can't read. It doesn't negate any skills. Any skills but itself. Yo, so I did win that game. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. That's funny. He said, I want you to reread the Goku. It says, if this card is in rest mode, when your opponent plays a card, you may place one of your Z energies in its owner's drop. If you do, choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards or unison cards, switch it to rest mode, and negate this skill for the turn. But he told me that it said negate its skill for the turn, so I assumed that it negated one of my card's skills, but it's negating its own skill, so you can't use it repeatedly. That's so funny. We played the whole game wrong, so I would have destroyed that dude. Dragging these balls. You don't like Dragon Ball? You don't like dragging these balls? One bomb got dropped and blew up, but the nuclear payload didn't detonate. Only the dynamite charge. Huh. I bet it was a really big dynamite explosion. Interesting. Wow. That's funny. I can't believe oh my gosh. That's so funny. I can't. We totally misplayed that game. I would have destroyed that dude. I think I'm going to play GT at the tournament. We got a big tournament coming up for the Dragon Ball Super Card game. I'll be streaming during it. Online webcam regionals tournament. Big prizes on the line coming up on June 3rd. I got to prep for that. Either going to be playing Blue Beerus or Red GT Spaceship. I've been practicing with GT Spaceship lately, and I'm liking it. So I think I might play GT. Just because last time I played Beerus and didn't do too well. We're going to hope to place high. If we can place top 32, since Nationals invites are getting passed down, I might be able to, slide in there and get a Nationals invite. I would like to get a Nationals invite and then take a trip out to Florida around November. That would be awesome. Go see Mama Dukes. Go get my teeth. Get that dental teeth worked on a little bit, But yeah, I got to get to work tomorrow, so we're gonna probably end the stream right about now, end it early. I think we had a good episode today, guys. We showed you porn on the stream, we talked about fake nukes. I like it. We had a good episode today, guys. Thank you. Hit the like button while you're here. Let's play one more Bryson Gray song, Lose My Mind. I have not heard this one yet, so we're gonna check it out as we play us out.
This is gonna hurt.
That was really loud. Ad will video begin after ad. Tums. All right, let's go, Bryson.
I ain't got time for you to waste my time.
Join me to Florida.
Open my eyes now, I'm not blind. I know they want me to lose my mind. I know they want me to lose my mind. I ain't got time for you to waste my time.
Guys, I am the Dreaded Conservative. This is Bryson Gray playing us out. It's Monday night. We're kicking the week off right.
But I ain't shaking. Temperature raising. Look who you facing. Why? Got temptation. Yeah, it's who I'm praising. Son, who he was raising from. The dead embrace him. It feels amazing. You a new creation. Get your hands up off of me, Satan. Warrior for God ain't wavering. The wicked flee when no one chasing.
The wicked flee when nobody's chasing. It's like you're running from nukes that don't even exist. Guys, Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, every week, kicking the week off right. Monday night, Dreaded Conservative show every week. Come back next week. Tell a friend. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. Woo! Hit the like button on your way out. We are sponsored by viewers like you. Like, subscribe, share, all the good stuff.
Hey, it's game time. If I throw a C up, it's for Christ, it's not a gang sign. Warrior forgot if it's up, I got hang time. And I cannot mix with the world, we not the same kind. All these Christian rappers work for God, so why they change sides? I don't know, but when you say your soul for the fame, that's how I go. I got smoke for everybody, any, mini, money, mo. And I'm not a dime.
I got smoke for anybody, any, mini, money, mo.
Wait, I ain't got time for you to waste my time. Open my eyes now, I'm not blind. I know they want me to lose my mind. I know they want me to lose my mind. I ain't got time. time for you to waste my time. God, open my eyes now, I'm not blind. I know they want me to lose my mind. I know they want me to lose my mind.
Oh, I love that beat. That's fire right there. That's fire right there. Let's go, Bryson. That was lit. All right, guys. I'll catch you next Monday night. Catch you in some streams throughout the week, some gaming streams. It's getting close to the next Legend of Zelda game. I'm gonna have to get it. It's coming out soon. I think before the next Monday night show. So hopefully I can get it for release date, and we can play that on release date, because that game looks like it's gonna be sick. But have a good night. God bless everybody. Stay up. I'll see you next week. We out. Peace.